Guess it helps if I cut the sound on, right? All right. So what's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the Den Show. If you're not familiar with the Den is the best conversation on the entire internet. You can look high and low. You'll never find a better show. The reason why is because of you. You are here joining us this evening. You know, me, the wonderful Den folk, the most amazing people on the planet. I hope each and every one of you had an enjoyable Thanksgiving. I hope you ate foods of some sort. I hope it was good. If it wasn't, well, sorry to hear that. Hopefully next year will be better. And some of you may be like, hey, fucking piece of shit. What about the indigenous people who, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give too many shits. If you didn't want to eat Thanksgiving food, that's on you. I don't. So, I mean, it's your choice, right? Don't put your problems upon me. Anyway, let's see what we got joining us tonight, man. We got a lot to talk about, right? And I don't even know how I want to talk about it, but we're going to talk about it tonight. And hopefully we have a good conversation. A little bit dark. I've been trying to get this. I'm trying to adjust this camera, but the lighting's always something. And then with Logitech, the fucking settings reset every fucking time you, like cut the fucking camera off. You know, why is it running? And then so anyway, no, you don't care about that. You just like, Honcho, just do the goddamn show. I don't care about your technical difficulties. I understand. Shout out to the lovely Miss Sarah Lou. 335, peace. John, my favorite New Yorker. John and Sean had a very interesting conversation. I was thinking about that the other day. You know, how issues were able to be, I won't say necessarily resolved, but how things can, and conversations can become amicable, if you will. 17, motherfucking protege. What's the motherfucking deal? Professor, I finally went to go get my goddamn shirts trill. How are you doing this evening, sir? Chill out. What's the motherfucking deal? Is there a doctor in the house? Dr. D. Kenobi joining us this evening. The lovely Miss Kate Grace. How are you doing this evening, ma'am? Alexander, what's the motherfucking deal? How are you? Let's see. Otis in the house this evening. I don't know how they do Thanksgiving in Atlanta, but it ain't nothing like they do it here in Houston. My old lady is terribly loud. She watches television and she's one of those. She's a TV talker backer. Let's see. Beyond a funny nigga, what's the motherfucking deal? Houston, Texas talk, what's good? What's the motherfucking deal? And Terrible. Oh, Heidi's here. Well, there's that. Yeah, she's I put her on Dexter, right? She's never watched Dexter, so I put her on that. I should have her stop at season 4 because it gets terrible after that. Yeah, definitely one of those. You know, questioning the intelligence, like, this is scripted, you know. They wrote this like this so that you will respond this way. But anyway, it is what it is. So let's talk about it. She don't necessarily yell at it. She'll talk back to it, or she'll critique things. But yeah, she definitely gets on that. Joe pulling a trunk. Just a little ban for our protection. You know, I found it real funny. They changed their name real quick because it was the Botswana variant, and it was just floating out there like that for a long time. And it's crazy. You can't call it the China flu, but you can call it the Botswana variant. Interesting, even though I wouldn't say that's where the variant originated. But I would say that's where it was found. But hey, whatever. Let's talk about it. So I said the different mentalities of Black folks. It's the conversation we're going to have tonight, right? It's that fucking light right there. It's that goddamn light right there. Y'all give me just a second. I'm annoyed. I got too many things on. And so I talk often about niggas and Black folks, but I also say that there's like a blurred line because I say my nigga percentage can fluctuate from time to time. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like my nigga reading is only like 7 to 8%. And then sometimes it can fluctuate. Don't get it wrong. It can fluctuate as high as 74%. sometimes. So you got to be careful, right? You just depending on what time of day or what type of activities. I agree, Houston, Texas talk, absolutely. But hey, you say that kind of stuff, obviously we're the crazy people. So, you know, I don't know what to do, God damn it. Why is, see, like mouse, I don't know, I think this mouse is like super sensitive. It double clicks when it shouldn't be double clicking. And so apologize for it redoing whatever the fuck it just did. Well, you may not get nigga from Honcho, but I'm definitely an island boy. I'm just trying to make it. Living like an island boy. Yeah. Oh, all right. So back at it again one more time. It's slightly better, not much better, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, right? I'm just going to get back to where we're going. So I wanted to point out some things. I wanted to, yes, and shout out to our good friend Dave. I'm going to give you, I'll be generous. I'm in the Thanksgiving mood. I'll give you a B plus on that, Heidi. It's the best I can offer. But again, I went to Galveston Island once. But no, but like I was saying though, and so it's like there's this thing, right? And it's not even just that I'm talking about black folks and niggas and just like making a comparison or any of that type of stuff. It's what we in the black culture, and some of you may observe it from the outside looking in and be like, good grief, I'm glad I'm safe over here. It's what we embrace, right? It's what we deal with. It's how we look at things. And if you may notice, I put NBA young boy, appreciate the super chat love. Young Kenneth Cologne, thank you so much, sir. Y'all may have noticed that I put Kevin Samuels on there and I put NBA young boy, right? And if you notice young boy's in the green with the check, you may notice that Kevin, not Kenneth Samuels, Kevin Samuels, is in the red with the X. This is not my personal opinion of either one of them. And it's not even about them so much, but it's the behavior associated with them, the idea that you get from these people, right? And why I say that is because quit clicking the wrong shit. Damn it, you don't need no more damn show intros. The reason why I say this is because I was watching one of Kevin's videos. I haven't watched the Kevin Samuels in a while, right? And so I watched one earlier today. And it just reminds me how lost as a group we are, right? How bad of a position that we are in, right? And because what happens is, I clicked the wrong button is what fucking happens. What happens is, we talk about growth, we talk about progress, we talk about, what needs to be done to fix the issues that are prevalent in the black community. And it's not just about money. Money is important, right? Money is very important. Don't get it confused. It's very important because without money, there is little to no advancement. There's little to no progress. Same thing with education. Little to no advancement, little to no progress without education. But there's this thing in the black community, and again, like we accept this whack ass shit, and I can point fingers to where I believe it originates, and I could talk about all that, but that's not what I want to do. But the thing is, when you're in a culture that is more willing to embrace the mentality of a rapper, right, than they are an elder, right, or a more, I won't say an elderly person, but a more experienced individual. And the rapper who can't stay out of jail, I'm not just specifically talking about him being a young woman, I'm just talking about rappers, period, on drugs, hasn't had a stable lifestyle, any of these things, right, gets more respect and admiration within the community compared to a person who has had a a level of success that can be, what's the word I'm looking for? Damn it, it's like it was like right there when I started talking about the rapper shit, and then I thought I guess too far ahead for myself, and I lost the word I wanted to use. Basically be copied, right? That can be redone. That somebody else, you can pass a blueprint to somebody and they could follow a similar blueprint to having success. Because we admire like these one-offs, right? Because it just all of us amazing. It's so special. It's so great and grand that, these people find success from, minimal effort, right? I'm mad because I'm really trying to remember the fucking word. Replicate. That's the goddamn word. I knew it, Heidi. You were good for something. Yeah, replicate. I don't know why I couldn't. I was thinking of reanimating dead people, everything else. Replicate it. Yes, thank you. Right. It slipped my mind, so I apologize for that. Something that can be replicated, right? As opposed to, like I said, these one-off actions. So it's a million niggas rapping. Let me see. What was it they said last year? 200 rappers died. Right? 200 is not a great number. It's not a lot. Do you know 200 rappers? Right? No. So about a lot of these motherfuckers are no names, unknowns, whatever. You might know, or maybe I'm just using me as an example. And I'm pretty sure I've heard of, we could talk about, I probably get into maybe 100 over my lifetime that I might be, oh yeah, I've heard of that person. But you have these people who, I guarantee there's thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands so-called rappers in the country, or have rapped at one point in time, or whatever else you want to call it. So my thing about that is like the overwhelming majority of those people not gonna make it, right? Just whatever profession, like trying to be the top in your profession or even being in your profession. A lot of these niggas are not making rap money. They may be doing other stuff to fund their rap careers. That's terrible. I don't know, Heidi. Like you could be on like the regular part, but like when it comes to like the fast money shit, we're definitely gonna keep you on the panel because I don't know if you can handle the pressure. I'm definitely in it. See, y'all know what I'm saying. I am a king at Family Feud. See, Heidi, you couldn't win at Family Feud because you don't got the American mentality, right? You got like if this was like Family Feud, English majors or some shit, you got it. But like if we're talking about survey says, and we're speaking on like what we surveyed 100 American women, and they said this. I'm gonna kill that shit. What do you think I got through my little vacation in Harris County? That fucking Family Feud was on all the time. I was murdering that shit. But no, and oh my God, the answers were terrible there. But anyway, like I said, the praising of ignorance is what continues to perpetuate the problems that we have in the community because it's not just about crime. It's about the lack of family structure. It's about the mental illness that is going undiagnosed. It's about just the lack of growth in a country that presents you more opportunity than any other country in the world, especially as a Black person. But yet, it's few and far in between that we're finding those successes, right? And so when I talk about mentality, I think there's a couple of things you got going on, right? I think you got the straight up nigga mentality, and niggas ain't even Black no more. It's got to the point where it's permeated into the other culture. It's become other part, like the Island Boys. I wasn't gonna put them on a thing, but I'm like gonna kind of miss my point if I do that. But the Island Boys, those are niggas, right? And I'm not saying all niggas ain't cool. Like niggas just do dumb shit. Those are niggas, like straight up. Island Boys are niggas, right? And I saw the soccer thing, and I saw it was another thing. I've heard the heart issues in the youth are starting to go up significantly. I've heard a lot of stories about kids in junior high. I wonder why. A lot of kids in junior high just dying of unknown issues. having health issues suddenly when they've never had a history of health issues. It couldn't be because of anything major or recent that has happened, right? So wear a mask in the house. Yeah, that'll never happen. The audio skipping? Is it? Is it? Okay, hold on. Let me see something. How about now? Is it still skipping? Let me know if it's still skipping now. I got a bunch of other bullshit open that I did not realize was still open. I was testing some stuff earlier, trying to get a couple of things in order, and so it may be doing some shenaniganery. Jess Susie, how you doing this evening, ma'am? Devontae, what's the motherfucking deal? How you doing tonight, sir? Let me see if I missed you. I ain't dish you. Ty, what's the motherfucking deal? Okay. Wasn't skipping for you, Gerdoa? Okay. What's the motherfucking deal? All right. So I apologize if it was skipping or if it wasn't. I had a couple of things going on. So, but like I said, I think that you have multiple mentalities. I think you have like a straight up nigga mentality, and that's a motherfucker who is going to base their entire life on excuses, one way or another. I mean, it's going to be one thing or something else. They're going to find a way to make an excuse for it. I think you have, and this is kind of where it gets maybe a little confusing. I think you have a black people mentality, that I think you have a black American mentality. And I'm even fucking myself off with it because I kind of want to go two ways with it, but I guess I don't know which would be which. But to separate what I'm saying is that I think you got black folks who, I wouldn't say are ignorant, but they still have a lot of things that they allow historically to impact their judgment or the way they operate, or it impacts them emotionally or whatever you want to call it. I think at a time where I would say things have changed. I mean, it's hard for me, right? It's hard for me to say that we're not living in a time when everything on television is black and gay, right? So like when people cry about oppression and being, this, that, it's just hard for me to see it. Because I remember growing up in a time where there were no gays on television, right? I remember when there was a time like you might have had a token Negro in a show or two, right? But for the most part, they were all white cast. They were all black cast. Like it wasn't really a thing. I don't think anybody really tripped or cried about it. This kind of with the internet evolving and everything that came with it, when people just start crying about everything, I think shit got really worse. But then I think you have a mentality of black folks who don't really give a shit about all that other shit. Not to say that they're not sympathetic to it, but they don't see that as connected to now, right? And the opportunities that exist. And then I think you have the coon, right? And I use coon for myself jokingly a lot because people come in here and say, oh, you're cooning because you're saying this thing. But I don't think people always kind of grasp me, because I may say some things that are similar to a lot of these quote unquote black conservative channels and shit like that. But like I've told y'all 1,000 times, I'm not a black conservative. Like I'm not even really a fan of a lot of the black conservative. I'm not a fan like of Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum. Definitely really not a fan of him. I think Jesse Lee Peterson, he had to grow him. He was pretty funny. I haven't watched him in a long time. But there's a couple of other ones out there. Like I said, I'm just not a fan. Like I don't agree wholeheartedly with what they believe in. But I think you got some folks who it's either you got to be this or you got to be that, right? If you got any kind of, I guess, conservative thought process, even if it's just one thing, you automatically, they label you in with all that shit. Some people don't comprehend well, like Dave. You know what I mean? So, Chantel, how you doing this evening, ma'am? Let's see. You say, why don't they use the same metric for blacks in prison that they use for the male disparity? If they did, they concern as a cultural problem. It doesn't mean I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to some things because, like I said, I'm gonna say some stuff. I got some videos. We haven't watched videos in a while either, and I'm gonna have some points that I want to point out in these videos. Right? I'm gonna tie it all in here in a minute. Eastside, my boy, Eastside. What? What? My boy, Eastside here. I ain't seen you in a minute, man. What's the motherfucking deal? Oh, Black Ashley's here. Huh. Huh. Oh, Febreze bottle herself. And so, like I said, but here's my thing. Like, I don't hate any of those people. I'm just not a fan, or like some of them I disagree with more than others. Like I say, with like Brandon Tate, I think he's selling the whole farm. Like I think I really think he's out of there. Like I find very few things that we would agree on. Like I think he's a fraud. Like I know people. Oh, what are you? I just think he caters to white people, right? And I don't think that's genuine. Like I look at people as people. We are different. I see color, right? But I'm not trying to sell my brand to somebody else or whatever you want to call it. Like I think there's a lot of things that we have in common across cultures, races as Americans. Like I think he personally, like he just says stuff like it's some of the most outrageous shit. And I think that any man worth his salt wouldn't be on some of the stuff he says. Like, you know, like I don't trust a nigga when he says, like, "Oh, I'm not black, I'm brown." Like I get it. I get the semantics, right? Like my skin is not the fucking color of this watch. It's a very deep dark brown, right? That's what it is. So I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like what people try to do when they're saying stuff like that, well, black people when they say that shit is they're trying to like distance themselves. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to distance themselves from whatever. Like, and when I say I see colors, I mean I see that there have been cultural issues for everybody, right? And so I think that we can respect those issues without pushing that shit to the forefront and making that the identity of everybody, right? Black folks got certain issues. Hispanics gonna have certain issues. Asians are gonna have certain issues. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all can't fault me for this, right? But I know there are different groups within the white community. You have your Irish, you have, various European countries that are, I think y'all are all white. That's the same way I say with the Hispanics. It's all the Mexicans. And if you've been in here long enough and you're Hispanic, you already know what I'm saying. I know there's Honduran and El Salvadorian and Guatemalan and Venezuelan and all that. You're all Mexican. Okay, just in the den, you're all Mexicans, right? It's cool, right? Just like if you come in here talking about some Africans, you African, I ain't got time for Nigerian and Kenyan and all this like, and no disrespect, because I know in reality, if I call a Venezuelan or a Honduran you know what I'm saying, a fucking Mexican, I might get stabbed. Okay, it is what it is. But what I'm saying is just that, like, we all have different groups and different issues. But I think when we sit there and try to make this like the identity, same thing when I talk about alphabet sexuality. Like when you just make that your whole identity, like you don't exist as a being with, interests and feelings and oh shit, what the fuck is that? And a personality. When everything has to be based on either your race, your sexuality, your gender, or whatever. I think that minimizes individuals. And I'm gonna be honest, like if that's all you got, we're probably not gonna have a great conversation. That's what I mean when I say I see color. Like I respect the fact that everybody has issues, and I'm not gonna say my issues are any more great than anybody else's issues. But that doesn't mean that we cannot associate, we can't be buddies, we can't be friends. Like we can all hang out in the same box of crayons. You know what I'm saying? So really, that dude Brandon Tatum is interesting. But again, and so yeah, exactly, man. Look, and I'm telling you, shout out to Godoy, because that's what happens. But see, this is what you can't tell niggas in America that, because guess what? The projects here in America are the same as your government housing in the UK, right? Same shit. It's a mentality more than anything, and that's kind of that's why I said black mentalities in the thing, because it's not the color of your skin. Because like I said, I know my life changed when my mentality changed, right? Because that's why I say I still got Negro, not Negro, nigga fluctuation. So I can be real chill and just be on some sensible shit, but when my temper flares up, when I get upset about something or whatever else, which is rare, right? It is rare, but when it's time to go there, well then the nigga percentage rises, right? And I'm finna get ignorant. I'm finna cut off all sensibility, and I'm not finna give a fuck about it, right? And that's just where we finna go. And I'm finna and it's like, yes, there's a part of me that knows, bro, don't do what you're finna do, or your actions are not smart right now, or there's gonna be consequences. But when the nigga takes, man, fuck all that, right? You don't give a shit about none of that. Like it's a whole different thing. It's more, I would say, more emotional than any kind of logic. But why I pointed out NBA Youngboy, why I pointed out Kevin Samuels, is because we have an issue, I think, across the board. And I think, like I say, I think it's going to more and more to all of society and just, just Black Americans. But it's been an issue, in my opinion, in Black America for quite some time. I mean, go back to LBJ and all that, and, the welfare state and all of these things. But I think the problem that we have in the Black community is that we are a matriarchy, right? We are a matriarchy. And welcome, Voodoo. What's the motherfucking deal? Like I said, we are a matriarchy, and that is a problem because now we have men who are buying into this. Like, I'm not saying that women shouldn't be treated with any level of fairness. I'm not saying that women aren't equal. I'm not saying that women haven't earned their way, but women have a different role, right? And we've gotten to the point where it's so used to letting women carry that role, men are abandoning their post. And this is the point where men are abandoning even being men, especially with now with, the way society is painting things. And this is only going to be further detriment to where we are, right? I'm going to show y'all some things because I guess it'll be easier to put some visuals with my point, right? Are you talking about the Hebrew Israelites? Don't answer Dave's call. If Dave called, my buddy Dave calls, I have to talk to my buddy Dave. Dave needs help. This is therapy for Dave. Dave needs the den, right? He needs all the help he can get. Oh, absolutely. Voodoo, absolutely, right? What just happened? What took, it was something that just happened recently, and I meant to point that out. I can't remember what it was. I'll come back. It might hit me later because it was a situation where I might have been talking about it in the den. Where they talk about women being the spoils of war, right? Because once a society's men have been conquered, the women are not going to fight, right? They're not going to fight. They're just going to become property of whoever came in and invaded it and took over, right? So when you have women leading your community with that mentality, let's just say it's not going to be destined for greatness. Like, that's not their role. So here we are. But give me a second. Let me pull up some of these things. Let's switch over.
And I'm not.
All right, you're not ugly. I'm not saying you're ugly, but
I'm
you're
not a whack ugly bitch, my nigga.
And especially, you want to go back to catering to the frivolousness of a lot of shit that women care about these days. They care more about the BBLs, the fake titties, and remember this video I showed y'all where she's talking about, well, I'm still thick. I got ass. I'm not no whack ass bitch. Like, all she could talk about is being thick and having ass. Like, now women are encouraged to have no substance whatsoever, no real anything. And it's easier to just, get likes for shaking your ass than it is to, raise a family. And it's there's a little lack of appreciation sometimes when it comes to being a good mom. You might not get the likes, you might not get the retweets, the follows for doing good stuff. Y'all saw what happened to Steph Curry's old lady, right? She used to talk all that shit. And now what's she doing? Thoughting it up, taking nudes on fucking magazine covers. She talked about, oh, I'm a good Christian woman and I would never. She got jealous of all the attention her husband was getting. That tell you, jealousy is a motherfucker, bro. Yeah, I was gonna say Dave is funny to me, right? Dave helps me prove certain points. So I hope Dave does come back. I would love to continue talking to Dave. He'd be like a joke segment. Where'd I put this thing? I got fucking Island Boy shit stuck in my head. This is what I'm saying. All right, let's look at some things here. Okay.
Why
My
is you
kids don't
loud?
have it.
Shut up! Like, why is you so fucking loud?
Baby mama, I told you.
Andre,
You hit me again.
I don't care.
I'm gonna dig in your shit, stop
And I'm
playing.
gonna dig in back in yours.
Special Christmas this year.
Shut up! Why
My
is you
kids
loud?
don't have it.
Shut up! Like, why is you so fucking loud?
Baby mama, I told you.
Andre,
You hit me again.
I don't care.
I'm gonna dig in your shit, stop
And I'm
playing.
gonna dig in back in yours.
Special Christmas this year.
Shut up! Why is
My
you
kids
loud?
don't have it.
Shut up! Like, why is you so fucking loud?
Baby mama, I told you.
Andre,
You hit
This is what happens when you encourage, you know, dysfunctional relationships, kids out of wedlock, things like this. There's always going to be turmoil and hostility. But see, this is one of the issues I talk about. Like, when niggas first embraced the term baby mama, it was detrimental. I don't think people realize how detrimental that was to the Black community. And I'm not even saying the action itself. That was bad in its own right. But it's almost as bad as the PC. Oh no. This is a different thing. I'm gonna show y'all a couple more videos of this dude. It's almost as bad as these PC terminologies that I talk about, but this one was more detrimental because you took something that was not looked upon favorably, then you gave it an affectionate term, and then you normalized it, right? And then so women started to become okay with baby mama instead of wife, and now we got every kind of justification excuse. And I want y'all to think about that because I'm gonna show y'all a couple more videos about this dude and guys like this are part of the reason things are unstable. And then you have so many women having to raise men. And I know y'all have had sons and all these things out there, but it takes a man to raise a man. I guarantee, and I've said this before, every good man has had some type of male role model along the way in which he molded himself after, right? Moms can only do so much when it comes to raising a boy. Otherwise, you just raise a big boy. But for him to become a man, I guarantee that there is a male role model in which he modeled himself there. Maybe it's an uncle, a cousin, a coach, a teacher. There's some type of father figure, even it may be from a distance. And this is why you got some of these young niggas who look at these rappers and they think that's what manhood is about, You got a mad at guys like Kevin Samuels who's spitting facts and telling you how to build a foundational situation. And people get upset with him and don't like what he's saying because it doesn't make people feel good. But if you take the emotion out of what he's saying, it's factual, right? But you got niggas who on the other side beating up on motherfuckers, spreading disease and doing all that other shit. But because they portray a certain image, hey, it's A-okay. I want to make sure I play these in order. So I got 3 videos of this guy I'm going to show you.
She a what? She a thotty on a high. You know, bitch. Who you putting up cash? I'm singing the song.
Oh, okay. I thought you so funny. Get on your
Cause you
ass.
weirdo hoe.
Now, at what point in a relationship, Tay, I don't know what you're talking about, Heidi. I've never heard you say anything of the sort. But like, at what point do you think it starts in a relationship where the abuse begins, right? Because, like, take this situation and flip it. Take this situation and flip it around. If she talking about he a scrub, he a broke ass, and he start hitting on her, this would not be amusing, right? This would not be okay. I believe in people should all be treated fairly. I'm a firm believer. I've never put my hands on my old lady. Historic throughout time, I maybe have had 2 incidents in my life where I've had to, and not even with my current old lady, where I've had to restrain. I'm not putting my hands on no woman. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I'll catch a square with a bull dagger because I just don't know. I don't know, right? Sometimes these niggas be looking feminine. Sometimes these women be looking real masculine. I don't know. I just press my luck. But I'm not putting my hands on no feminine looking woman, right? And so Again, and she's not the most feminine looking woman, but I'm just saying, watching these things, and then it sounds like there's kids around, right? What does this say about the children?
She a what? She a thotty on a high. You know, bitch.
Who you calling
For
the
the
side?
cash, I'm singing the song.
Oh, okay. I thought you so finna get on your
Cause you
ass.
weirdo hoe.
Now you got a kid watching the mama hit on the dude, the music they listen to, all of this stuff is being absorbed by these children, right? But because this is the music that, you know, is with the culture, and I sit here and say the same shit, right? You know, when I grew up listening to a bunch of shit, that was not beneficial. But again, I don't have kids. I'm not playing certain shit in front of kids. Little one don't get to listen to a bunch of shit. Little one come around and ask, who's Beyonce? Like shit like that. She don't know nothing. She listens to whatever. I don't know. Not a little weird kid at school. Listens to some other shit. So it is what it is. But I want to show you this third video because pay attention to what happens, because this is what's really going on. There's a lack of respect in this household. Absolutely. I'm glad you pointed it out, Seagull. Yeah, smoking a black and mild in the house with the children. You're listening to this bullshit, and you wonder why after every generation, even when I guess you would say a dude is around that, after each generation, it gets worse and worse and worse. And again, I know some people will be like, oh, not all. We already know that not all. If it don't apply, let it fly. We're not talking about that. What we are talking about is what we're watching before our eyes.
Laughing. You doing that shit to me, and that shit is irritating. I don't do shit to you. I don't do shit to you, Beyonce. I'm sick of y'all fucking hate you. I swear to God, I hate you. I was never attacked by you. When I y'all niggas do that shit to me.
Happy Thanksgiving.
I swear to God, I hate you. I wish I never went with you.
Happy Thanksgiving for all the shit I do. All the shit I do for you, ungrateful bitch.
No, you an ungrateful bitch. You disrespectful as fuck. You gonna snatch my bite off on live, knowing that these people are talking about me, and you think it's cool and you think it's funny.
It's alright, I'm finna go.
It's okay. I'm blocking you. Don't come to my daughter's birth. Don't ask when I'm gonna give birth. Don't come up there. I'm not telling you what hospital I'm going to either.
That's the issue I have with women as a whole now. When it's coming to something controlling, I don't know if it's for the followers. Just this because this ain't it. Just hear me out. Because she talking about he snatched the bonnet off, and I done told y'all that's how you start World War III. Dismantling a bonnet in public. Y'all know what happens. I've said this 1,000 times. But exactly, use the child as a weapon. But when it comes to collecting fees, oh, it's our kid. You did this, and so you know this. When it comes to collecting the child support, oh, it's ours. But when it is a leverage situation, it's mine, my daughter, my this, my that. Just continue.
You're not going to be a part of it. I'm bringing her in the world by myself. Say the
She
fuck.
gonna know she got a daddy.
No, she ain't gonna know shit.
She gonna know she got a daddy.
I'll tell David to hear her daddy or something.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did y'all hear what this? Oh my God. I swear to God.
And since you want to be funny, snatch my bonnet off, and I fucked him while I was pregnant with her too, bitch. That day you sat here and I went to go get Cam, that's what I was doing. I was over there getting fucked, bitch. How about that one? And I don't give a fuck.
So you think that's funny?
Yeah, it's real funny.
Bitch, I cry real tears, bitch. I got real feelings, bitch.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
For
You
real?
don't give a fuck about
So, shout out to No Pause TV. But this is what I'm saying. Niggas will do anything for attention. No, this ain't for y'all. I done showed y'all so much off the wall shit in this motherfucker. Off the wall shit in this motherfucker. Like, people will do anything. This is the problem. Like you remember when Charlie Murphy said they should have never gave you niggas money? Should never gave you niggas internet. Because they should never gave niggas live internet. Because this shit is out of line, right? And maybe it is, because you know, people do whatever they do. It could be fraudulent. But I don't know too many motherfuckers who just gonna be taking licks like that just for some fucking internet views. This nigga's been getting slapped, beat up on multiple occasions. Like, who finds that fucking funny, right? And you see this shit. You see motherfuckers putting out the most trash shit all the time. Okay, but then again, like I said, and you're doing this in front of children. The children don't know this shit is fake. Like, I don't think that you would include, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea because I saw some videos where some niggas pull a stunt and start fake shooting each other in front of one of the niggas' baby mama and the kids. And again, like I said, like, motherfuckers want shit for attention, right? And there's no substance anymore, right? Like, I remember when there used to be integrity, like even back in the Gap, when niggas was doing whatever they were doing. Niggas used to wear suits, just used to look nice. It used to just be classic. And I know, well, Honcho, you don't wear a suit. Yeah, because I'm fat. I don't look good look fat wearing a suit. Look like an old Southern Baptist preacher or some shit. But, you know, but my thing is just when you would go out, right, you would dress nicely. Like, niggas don't even dress nice to go to church no more if you go to church, right? You know, some people are like, I don't believe in religion, so I don't care. Well, that's you. But classiness has gone out the window, and you got classy black people who are trying to compete with trashy people. Like, sex appeal has gone out the window. There's no such thing as sex appeal anymore. It's like, let it all fucking hang out, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm a man. I'd have to question myself if I wasn't looking, right? But I still don't think like it's not, but there's no way I'd date that woman. Hell no. Not with her going out in public like this. Like, I should be ashamed of myself. But you see a lot of dudes who would be out in public with their women and ass hanging all out to the end, like, oh, bro, that's for everybody. If you letting her come out like this, you can't be mad. Like, motherfuckers looking at her, well, she for everybody. She for all of us. You brought her out there so we can all see. See, that's what she wanted. And I know people say, oh, you're trying to police women. No, the fuck, I'm not. Like, you got to think with common sense. You got to fucking, if you air yourself out like that, and then you put yourself out there in a public place and you're sharing all that with public. Yeah. But see, a guy like that, that's probably the only pussy he could get. And then, you know, there are niggas who think like, well, I'm gonna get a bitch pregnant so that way I can keep fucking on. Like, there's niggas who have logic like that, who have a mindset like that. And it's sad, unfortunate. I was gonna talk about LeBron. I forgot about that. I had that saved. I was gonna talk about LeBron snitching about him pointing people out at the thing. That was a very interesting situation. Here's another thing when it comes to, you know, the black mentality, especially in a lot of America. Look, I fucked up. I'm not perfect. There's always a possibility for potential future fucking up. You know, I got family members fucking up. Matter of fact, they had a little going away shindig for one of my cousins this weekend. I did not attend. You know what I mean? Like, he'll be all right. It won't be his first stint, and I wish him well. But I'm not gonna go celebrate no shit like that. I'm not gonna go, you know, make a big deal about shit like that. You know, like I say, when, you know, I had my little endeavor and it wasn't like a major thing, just in and out, like, and carry on. You know, when you were doing the shit that you knew could get you put in that position, that's stuff you got to think about, right? And this motherfucker older than me. And just like I said, in his first time, he did a long sit down for quite some time. And he went in when I was a teenager and get out till I was in my damn 30s, right? And then, you know, he's been out for, what, 7, 8 years. Got caught up on something totally different, but had multiple opportunities, did it multiple times. And then, well, now, you know, you're going to have to probably go sit down for 2 years. People make mistakes. Like I say, I'm not perfect, right? I'm only human. I hate that fucking shit. But we got to stop with the general excuse making. Like, when you know something is bad, it's bad. It is what it is. Like, we coddle these behaviors and these mentalities, and we lean on historical excuses. That worked for a little while, but you'd have to go back and explain, well, how come people were, you know, doing better overall, if we're talking statistically, immediately after these circumstances as opposed to now. But this is something I saw a while back with the Dolph situation. I told y'all about Dolph, Young Dolph, the rapper. And again, turned out it seems like what everybody's pointing at is some hating ass young, some young other rappers, I guess, trying to get they come up or whatever, right? Motherfuckers don't love you. I've seen people making allegations that even the cookie people that he was promoting, somebody was saying that they thought that the cookie people was in on it, right? Or like I said, so it's crazy, right? People you showing love to and promoting. And I'm not saying I know this for a fact. This is just what some people in Memphis were saying from watching whatever. Say the people whose cookies he was promoting that he showed all on the internet and was doing all that, people think that they have a hand in it or that somebody affiliated with them has a hand in it. So that's what I'm saying. Showing love gets you fucking killed. You gotta stop making those excuses. He was just trying to get home. I should have worded that better. He was trying to escape and he made a poor route on his escape. Okay. Trying to get home as if whatever. You gotta fuck him too. I ain't got no excuses for him. It wasn't an excuse. He was trying to escape is what I should have said instead of trying to get home. He was trying to make an escape back home. But he's a fucking piece of shit. He's a scumbag. And like I said, I hope, yes, he deserves to die, and I hope he burns in hell. But check this out. This was something that was said immediately after the Dolph thing when I showed y'all the video with the little kid. And that was some nigga shit. Tell him R.I.P. Dolph. Tell him you wanted to rap and do a song with him. And this little 11-year-old kid, that's like the shit we have motherfuckers looking up to be rappers. Like, you got so much more than that. But that's what we want motherfuckers to be. Hey, he's being chased by his own demons.
The tragic news, how do you feel?
I'm hurt. I'm sad. I don't want to live in Memphis anymore. I actually live around this neighborhood. So this is very common to me. When whoever in Tennessee passed that gun law to let everybody carry a pistol, I'm pretty sure you cover murders every single solitary night. Am I lying? You do, right? Every day.
I do.
Okay, so who passed that law to let these kids come around and carry guns every day, open?
And just to know, this superstar.
He ain't even pushed the issue. Right then and there, he should have told her, "You stupid fuck. You think these motherfuckers are carrying legal guns and committing murders with legal guns? Like, you think this is what they're doing? Like, this is the shit that kills me. Not just about, as far as black folks, just people who are all super anti-gun. We just need to stop selling them, and they'll go away. No, the fuck they like. That is the dumbest, like of anything that I hear people argue about. Like that I hear anybody argue about and say like, oh, we just got to get rid of that. That is the dumbest fucking perspective that I've ever heard, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, boy, yeah, he does. Yeah, that nigga still trying to get his big break. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, and that's what I say. Like, if y'all want that, like, you got to go and become a part. Instead of, let me finish my thought on this. I'm gonna come back to this. Shout out to Vontae because you make a good point. I'm gonna come back. Let me let y'all finish hearing this, and then I'm gonna express this shit. Like, I don't know where people think that niggas just go, well, all the civilians turned in their firearms. We're gonna start. I'm gonna be like England, UK. We're gonna do knife crime. Like, a fucking criminal a person with a criminal mind is always gonna use some type of weapon to their advantage. So I'd rather have access to the same shit legally that they're gonna get their hands on illegally, right? But instead, no, let's just get rid of it. And then all the criminals will get, like, y'all think all the guns come from the gun store, right? They're gonna come to the gun store? That's false idea. He went slow, then he sped up. Like, y'all think that's what's gonna happen? Like, y'all don't think niggas is getting this shit illegal? Y'all don't think niggas breaking the motherfuckers' houses and steal their shit? You don't think motherfuckers break into gun stores and steal that shit? You don't think they've stolen them from other places? You don't think certain groups ship certain shit in from certain places to get it here? You don't think motherfuckers have a way of getting what they fucking want, right? You know what I'm saying? No, like, oh man, Siegel, trust me. Yeah, nah, look. Oh, let me go ask the local neighborhood thugs. Hey, I mean, they're gonna start executing background checks on niggas. Like, oh, well, sir, you got a felony. You know, I'm a felon selling you these firearms. You got a felony. I can't sell these firearms. Like, niggas don't give a fuck. Nigga will sell you a gun with a fucking body on it and won't think twice about it. You'll get a discount. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? You'll get a discount on a firearm if it's got a couple of bodies on it. The more bodies, the more discount. Don't get caught with that motherfucker. Niggas got throwaways, right? Throwaways. This is a one use only. It's like a fucking paper cup. You think niggas just gonna fucking stop doing this shit? We just it's like, and again, instead of saying, hey, these people who committed this fucking crime are heinous, she's blaming this shit on a fucking lawmaker. And that shit makes no fucking sense to me, bro. It makes no fucking sense. Who passed that law? These niggas been doing that shit in Memphis before that. I don't even know when whatever law was passed in Memphis. I guarantee it was recent, and I guarantee motherfuckers been doing this. Motherfuckers been doing that shit at least since the 90s. I don't know about, I'm pretty sure Memphis in the 80s was wild. I know for a fact in the 90s it was. So, like, blaming these fucking stupid ass things instead of pointing the finger at the people who's doing the shit and saying we need to correct the behavior, we need to stop embracing this mentality, this culture, this shit that we own, and try to make a change, you know.
Superstar that helped millions of people, that gave millions of dollars, that helped us to can come to Memphis on airways in his car and buy a pack of cookies without being shot and killed to death. And this is happening to regular people.
Killed to death. He gave millions of people, all the millions of people in Memphis, millions of dollars. You mean give millions of people millions of dollars. Dolph is the richest rapper I've ever heard of. And don't get me wrong, I like Young Dolph, and like not to make light of what happened, but all I'm saying is just like, man, look, gotta stop making these fucking excuses for shit. Gotta stop making excuses for shit and point at the real problem. The real problem is that we embrace this. Look. I mean, you know what female power is? If y'all females stop giving them type of niggas pussy, niggas would be suited and tied tomorrow. Niggas would have bow ties on and all that good shit by tomorrow. Shout out to Dan, the motherfucking man with the plan. It's always good to see you, sir, man. And it's sad, but it's like you got to keep repeating the message, hoping that it gets, even if it reaches one person, you know, it's done some good, because we can't save everybody. Everybody not gonna make it.
Let alone, even though he's a regular person, even though he's a mega superstar. So how does that make the regular citizens feel? We have no protection, not from the police. I'm sorry, I know that this is the news or whatever, but we don't have no protection from them because they pull us over for drive-out tags. You know, it's the law now.
They found the right one. Like, you know how they say they always go look for that one to put on the news? How many times, this I don't even know how long this little video is. It's been 40, she's talked for 41 seconds. How many times has she contradicted herself in this one video? She talked about, oh, I ain't got the damn, my bad, I ain't put the damn, the audio on, I apologize. Shout out to Dan the man. Let me see if I use the other thing. Yeah, she's blaming everybody but the people at hand. Like talking about, oh, we need protection from the cops because they are pulling us over for driving without tags. That's what happens everywhere. Like, let's finish this video. I'm gonna just let her finish it out. I don't even think I ever finished this originally when I first watched it because this is crazy. Said he was a superstar, but he's a regular person. How to make like it's just a whole man.
African Americans can carry guns, and you know they made that law so that we can kill each other. That's what it's population control.
What do you think this is going to grow into right
This is going to grow into something even more. This is not the end.
Wow.
This is not the end.
Wow.
This is finna cause a slew of retaliations, because that was for nothing. That's a father, that's a brother, that's a son, that's a nephew. other than being a superstar, that's somebody's child right there. That's somebody's nephew right there. That's somebody's father right there.
The tragic news. How do you?
God damn it! Let's keep double clicking. Bro, that shit hurt my head. Because she's like on both sides of they made the law that we could carry the guns so we could kill. Niggas in Memphis been murdering for a long time. Again, I don't know what law specifically he's talking about. I'm not in Tennessee. I don't know if anybody here is from Tennessee. I don't know if, I'll Google it in a second. Maybe try to find out exactly what law she's speaking of. But whew, there was a lot going on. I don't even want to bring that back. Like, I almost want to just let it play all the way through. So I broke it up a couple of times, but there might be too much going on in there. But again, this is part of that mentality that I'm talking about. And then it's like, I guess nobody gives a fuck. Because I guess she's like, fuck it. She's so busy recording what's going on. I don't know if she's recording herself being on the news. I don't know if she over there. I got you. I'm open. I'm finna open them up. I got you. Give me just a moment. I don't know if she's recording herself while she's on the news. I don't know if she's recording the scene of what's going on. But it's just like, whoo-wee. There's a lot going on in that situation. But again, this is that mentality where we got excuses for ourselves. It's not the people who actually went out and bought the gun. Like, let's say she's right about the law, right? That they passed this law so that everybody can have access to the guns. So we're not going to blame the people who use the guns to kill other folks. We're gonna blame the lawmaker who made that. And again, so he must have went and gave everybody like a voucher for one free gun. Use as you please. We're not going to talk about the envy, the hating that is going on. Oh man, I got some anti-thank you. I'll just post these in the Discord. I got a bunch of off the wall shit to share with you, but I'm gonna say that shit for later. Let me run through these last little 3 things real quick. Right, there's no real audio, but this is just to show you the state of things that are going on, and this is what's going to start happening to a lot of the communities if we don't tighten this shit up real quick. Oh, all right, I got 3 terrible things and 1 really funny thing. Then I'm gonna open up the lines. So there's been a rash of shit going on in California. This is what happens. This is what happens when motherfuckers know there's no consequences for your actions, right? You're not gonna get arrested. They're not even gonna file charges on you. But yet you think that there's people who believe there's gonna be this utopia if we get rid of all law enforcement, get them all out the black community because they killing all the niggas. You think businesses want to operate in an environment like this? They're down bad. They need it. The inflation, they can't eat. Shit, the shit already 70 to 80% off. It's a holiday sale. You stealing it? What the fuck? This is terrible. But again, so run through that. Let me drop these other 2 on you real quick. Again, another one in Cali. attention to what kind of store that is. That's like I don't know exactly what store it is, but I would say something like, I know in the city, like an active athlete type store or some shit like that, where, you know, they may have custom clothes. Appreciate the love, Danny, man.
They're just trying to get bread. That's what Aox said. Stop shucking and jiving.
Appreciate the love, Danny, man, with super chat love. Man, look, you see, because you see the wall where it looks like Supreme bags, looks like some custom shoes, little shoe store. The flies, the hype store. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Hype beast. We know about you. Dog. They clipped it again. Dog, that's what I'm saying. They came in this motherfucker. They bomb rushed. Like, how many? And then who broke the window? Y'all could at least let the window make it, right? Dog, these niggas came in here 30 deep because these motherfuckers they targeted shit. They're gonna go to the places where they got shit they want, not needs. These niggas gonna be in the hood flying a motherfucking hungry, ready to rob the next motherfucker. Like, the shit crazy, bro. What do you do? Let them steal it. They need it. You got people who say it's okay to let people do this shit. Fuck the motherfucker who did it. They got insurance. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. You know what? Maybe they getting by the skin of their teeth. You know, people talk about, oh, these places make too much money. How do you think you get more locations? How do you think it's convenient for you to stop by a McDonald's anywhere? Right? How do you think it's convenient for you to stop by, you know, a Kroger or H-E-B? Well, y'all don't know about H-E-B. If you don't know about H-E-B, well, sucks to be you. It takes money, or when these products have improvement, it takes money to research and development, it takes money to purchase new locations, all of these things that become convenient to you. But people feel like these store owners should make just as much as their employees and everybody should be rich, right? You know, again, doesn't work that way. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a nigga on the internet. And let me show y'all this. You know, I got more videos of hungry niggers for you.
From the Fairfax District, fire and barricades are being put up at the Grove after the LAPD says more than a dozen people looted a Nordstrom by smashing through a window with a sledgehammer last night. Several cars took off after the robbery. Police caught up with one of the vehicles after a pursuit through South LA. You see what they found. It appears to be stolen clothes, a cash register, ski masks, and gloves. Breaking news from the Fairfax District, barbed wire and
No, of course. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and I don't even know. She left the area. Yeah, that was good. I'm glad she did. I'm glad she did leave, because that's the thing. And then people gonna complain. See, well, we ain't got no banks over here. We ain't got this over here, that over here, because shit like this fucking happens. And who's gonna risk the business? Who's gonna risk, especially if you're a small business trying to start up? Who's gonna risk that, right? Like shit. Remember we did a story a long time. Damn, it's been so much shit. I want to say her name was Destiny. And the chick in Baltimore who opened up her little hair store, her little hair business, was doing hair. The motherfuckers robbed her shit. She tried to go get the shit back. You know, tried to go get the shit back without going to the laws. And then eventually she had to go to the law. They killed her for it. All right, my bad. Let me know if we're back. Drop a 1 in the chat if we're back for some reason. Some reason when I switch certain videos, it glitches up for whatever reason. Yeah, I might have to refresh. All right, cool. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Bring the mafia back. You can't even have a nigga mafia. They won't close. You ain't gonna pay for protection though. We want the fresh pick of all the newest shit. Like, it's coming, bro. Like, if you're not strapped up, and I don't know. I'm not gonna say nothing. But you gotta protect yourself. I encourage all of you out there to protect yourselves, right? I gotta wait about 60 days. And then it's on. But like I said, you know, I encourage you guys to protect yourself, take care of yourself, man. Because I mean, this shit is happening all over the place. And the last little thing I was trying to show before it got janky on me was this. Hopefully it doesn't refreeze up, because even if you're in a decent place, minding your own fucking business, well, check this out. These are just hungry kids. These are kids. Look like they pulling up in is that a BMW that they done hopped out of? Wonder where they got that from. I just want y'all to pay attention to what's going on here. Let me get my black ass out the way. Goddamn. I'm trying to pay attention to what's going on here. Well, I got a little minor issue that got a little countdown I got going on, Reb. So as soon as that's all, it's a minor legal situation. But once that's all cleared up, well, like I said. I don't know if y'all can tell what's going on in that corner up there. Looks like a lady came back, getting some groceries or something. And, just mind her own business at home. I mean, this looks to be a decent neighborhood, right? Doesn't look too bad. The neighbor needs to rake their yard, rake their leaves, right? Yep. Right. But hey, this is why I said I can no longer participate. I can't listen to the music. I can't do any of this, right? Because what if your favorite rapper or your next up and coming rapper, what if this is this nigga here in one of these videos? Say the next rapper come up next year. Say this is him committing this crime. This shit that, they just took her car. What if the rappers that you enjoy listening to, this is they got backstories like this, right? I can't sit here and say it. I'm not saying that, again, a lot of them have done a lot of dirt and they, openly admitted to it. But I can't do that knowing that this encourages the kids, motivates the kids. I can't be telling y'all we need to do better this way, that way, or the third, and continuing to glorify behaviors, music, anything that, continues to perpetrate. That's why I don't watch fucking the ghetto fucking, I don't watch anything. I don't watch slave fucking movies. I don't watch woe is me beat down ass civil rights movies. There's some show what's that Them show on Amazon. I'm not watching that dumb shit. I don't watch any kind of oppression porn. I don't watch crime-based movies, like a lot of shit like that, man. I'm not fucking encouraging that shit. No, they stole her car. Yeah, she was getting out of her car and they followed her home and stole her shit. And apparently, and I bet they stole that BMW or whatever that they're in. Also. Okay. Now I'm about to open up the line, but while I do that, I'm going to give y'all the worst video of all the videos that I've shown today. Let me just drop this in the back. Let me switch it up. And now I'll put this on for y'all while I'm opening up the line. Yes, Matrix is one of my favorite movies. I'm probably not going to watch the new one, though. Seems to be a little different. DOS effects. You want effects? Oh, no. That is an angry horse. That dog ain't worth a fuck. I don't know. I feel like this horse is a victim of horse abuse. Okay. Because look at his tail, right? Where is this horse's tail at? I don't know. He might be a show pony, but whatever's going on, this fucking horse is tired of that shit. And they yeah, no more. That motherfucker is fucking around. Like, I thought it was a big dog when I first saw the fucking shit. And I ain't realized this motherfucker trotting on him and shit. The dog was going to run up. The dog ain't want no smoke. Like, he is digging into his shit. That is an angry horse. Yeah. You know what? I think I seen the weave, too. I think I seen a weave with a tail just like that. See, look, that's the horse right. He's like, I'm tired of y'all shit. I'm trying to get out here looking good. Y'all keep taking my shit and sewing it into some bitch head. I can't even grow my goddamn tail. See, but that's what I'm saying. Like that old school shit, that old hip hop shit, man, I fucks with that shit. Like, again, but here we are. You know, it's a new day and age. Everybody got to be hard when a lot of these niggas just not that. You know, whatever. Oh, let me get back to where I'm supposed to be. There's the shit up. You're not gonna damn, I'm gonna push the button. All right, so you don't want to be bit by. I didn't know horses like. I figured they like bit. I've seen like bite people's hair, but I've never seen a horse just dig in like that. That's why Heidi has problems now. John. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Yo, Honcho, told you I was gonna call. It's Devontae.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I was
sir.
gonna call. I got a lot to say.
All right, talk to me, Devontae. First, sir. How was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was good. I first one in a long time where me and my family got together. Got to see my cousin who was pregnant. You know, congratulated her. Found out my other cousin went to jail. Well, was about to go to jail because she stole some money, $30,000. No, she stole $8,000 from this lady that she worked for because she was a nurse or whatever. I guess the STNA, you know, go in and go take care of old people. Stole from this white lady in this really rich part of town, which you get caught up there stealing anything, you're done.
Yeah.
So that happened. And then I found out she stole money from the government too, with the whole scam thing that happened last year with the somebody, I ain't get my money because somebody used my name to get my money. So she got 10,000, blew through that in a week. She got 20,000, blew through that in 2 weeks. So yeah. Other than that, it was a good Thanksgiving. Saw the Cowboys lose, so I'm good.
Okay. Good deal. So what's on your mind, man, on the you know, on tonight's topic, man? What are you thinking? What's going on?
This whole mentality thing, like I said, I got a lot to talk about it. A lot to talk about with it because it's so funny. Growing up in my neighborhood, I grew up in the term hood. And so I always have friends that was trying to be rappers. One of them still trying to rap. It's my close friend. Love him dearly, but homie just needed to find something else. Go to school. He's really book smart. That's the thing. He's book smart.
So I need to be honest about your homeboy, though. You gotta be honest with me. Does he got bars?
Sometimes, but he doesn't. And that's the thing. He got bars to probably do a one-hit wonder in the local area.
Yeah.
He ain't got one that's going to take him to the next level, get him on BET or nothing like that.
Okay.
But he's trying to do it because he loves music. So, hey, cool. You love music? Cool. Go produce. Go do something else. Stop trying to be a rapper. Everybody doesn't need to be a rapper.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? And with the mentalities thing, we push him to the mentality of, I can only do this and then I got to stop. I can't go past this one mindset, you know, like the whole looting and everything. Like I have to have the mentality, I have to have it, so I'm going to go steal. Or you just work for it. You just do what you need to do for it. You do it the right way so that you feel better about yourself. You know, because at the end of the day, how you will raise the mentality that you have projects what you do in life. I heard it when I was young. One of my mentors told me, actually, matter of fact, it was my basketball coach. Show me your friends, I'll show you your future. And that stuck with me all the way up until I got older because it's like, okay, my friends, if I want to be dumb, I'm going to hang around some dummies. If I want to get better at running, which I suck at running, I want to train with people who are faster than me so then in turn I get faster. You hang with the people that you want to progress to. People hang around people in the same mentality group. We always heard birds of a feather flock together or whatever. And it's true in a way because the mentality that you have, you connect with. You won't link. Like, I couldn't link with you, Honcho, if me and you ain't think the same way on some stuff. It's a mentality there that people have to have and able to go in life. And when you were showing the first couple videos with the dude hitting the girl and the girl, you know, going off saying I did this with homeboy and all that, that's a whole bunch of, I want to try to say this the correct way. There's a whole bunch of daddy issues and mommy issues that the girl probably saw from her mom do. And I don't know what a boy's situation, but I'm just gonna throw this out there because my point's gonna be made. We're gonna say he ain't got a daddy, so we're gonna say his situation is, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna lash out because this is what I seen somebody else do, is what I seen, you know, this my mama's boyfriend do, whatever. You become what you see. You know, you see what what you see is what you become. How you see your grandfather, your father, your uncles act, you want to do that. It's the reason why some people follow their family all the way up to, oh, my daddy was a dope dealer, I'm going to be a dope dealer. My daddy was this, I'm going to be this. Then you hear him say, my daddy wasn't nothing, so I'm not going to be nothing.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said a couple weeks ago, no, it wasn't, wow, a couple weeks ago. It was on the last call, on the last stream I was on, really. If we want to make change, let's tell these kids the positive things. Let's give them a different mentality than what they see. You know, I remember, like, one of my favorite shows is The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You had a lawyer. You had, I mean, Hillary was a rich, snobby, you know, girl who was the quote unquote the stupid one. You know, you had the young, funny one that was Will. You had Carlton, who was quote unquote the white black guy. And then you had Ashley, who was the princess. But then even in those shows where it gave you the different stereotypes of black people, the different things that black people do, you got the lawyer, everything else, you then got the serious episodes. So one of my favorites is Will and Carlton going and go be a part of a fraternity, and the dude is riding Carlton harder than he riding Will because Will is his homeboy mentally. But Carlton got a silver spoon in his mouth, and he been handed everything to him. But Carlton bounces back and says, me and you running the same race, so why are you tripping me up?
Yeah.
You know, and that's the mentality that people have. It's, oh, me and you got the same skin color, but, you know, me and you, we on two different planes, two different mentalities. I got to fight the same battles you got to fight. I gotta fight the same stuff harder than anybody else. Like, and I know it's a couple of military people in here, and there was a study last year just because I was Air Force. One of my friends got studied for it. It came out that in the military, black people, specifically in the Air Force, black people were treated harsher to punishment than white people. Now that's a study that they found. Do I truly believe in it? No, because I've never been that type of guy to really put it solely based on race. It's based on your commander. It's based on your leadership, how hard they fight for you. Because I got caught up in some stuff, and my people went to bat for me.
Yeah.
My commander was still like, we still gonna give you the punishment here. But he lightened it based on what everybody said. And then my next commander, who was black, was like, we just gonna scrub it completely because I don't agree with what he did, and that's something they could do or whatever. But when you have people who look out for you, they take care of you. And the mentality that you have in life will shape your future. You know, we look at everything in the world going on, like you said, it's all political. It's all political. And with the whole Fresh Prince thing, you have those shows, and then you look at now, ain't no shows like that on BET, on you know, VH1 or whatever. I don't know, watch TV no more. But it's very few shows that give you a positive mentality. You know, you got shows like Love and Hip Hop. Well, all they do is fight. Where Cardi B came from. You know, Cardi B doing the same thing that Megan Thee Stallion doing as far as music. Oh, it's body positivity. It's this and that. All right, cool. If it's body positivity, then why are you have to shaking your behind every 5 seconds? Because you know that's your only asset. You know that's the only thing you bring to the table. Like the old girl in the video that you showed us. I'm not ugly. I'm not like this and that. Like, that's the only thing you bring to the table is your body, because eventually that's going to fade away. I got to know your heart. I got to know your mind. I got to know what you really think. What do you want to do in 5 years besides going to be an STNA? You know, what do you want to do besides the the mediocre things, the things that every person wants to do? I was never good at sports. I love throwing the football. I could catch a football, but I'm not fast. I can't run. Give me 5 yards, a 5 yard in or a 5 yard out, got you. You want me to run down the middle of the field like I'm Tariq Hill or I'm, CD Lamb? Ain't happening. You're going to throw over my head, and I'm only 5'5", so it's really going to go over my head. But I knew what I was good at. I knew what I was good at, so I stuck to what I did. I had a thing for the military growing up. Went along to the military. Your mindset shapes what you want to do. And people can change. We see it all the time in prison. People can change. People go to prison. They realize what they did was stupid. Then they change, come out, be a better person. People go be doctors, lawyers, whatever. But if we want to have a better mentality, if we want people to be better, we got to tell them the right thing to do at a young age. We got to give them a different mentality. And like the whole black mentality, like I said, the victimhood is the new black. Put it on everything. Matter of fact, victimhood is like hot sauce. Put it on everything. Put it on everything. Racism is the new hot sauce. Put it on everything. I looked at AOC was pushing some stuff for people to get out of jail, bail reform or whatever. So you're going to let out the same criminals, white, black, Mexican, whatever, let out the same criminals that can go ahead and kill or harm somebody else. And then that's another family grieving. That's another thing going out, causing destruction. So it's about mentality. And it's a lot of people that look at the world with racism. And honestly, it ain't got nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with how you're brought up and what you want to do and how you perceive things and what you do, period. It's not your skin, it's your content, is what I always tell my friends. It's not your skin, it's your content. It's what you do when nobody's watching that really defines you. You can have the whitest skin, be one of the most nicest people in the world. You got the darkest skin, be one of the most ugliest people in the world, as far as attitude and character. The whole looting and stuff, that's all the victim mentality. I gotta have it, so I'm gonna go steal. I ain't got nowhere else to get it. It's just a jacked up society, man, that we live in now. And I always think about if I was born, because I was born in 94, so I'm young. I'm 27. I always think about if I was born back in the 70s or 80s, where there was pride in being African American and standing up for something, and having dignity about yourself, instead of now where it's like we do anything for clout, we do anything for likes, we do anything for whatever just to make ourselves feel good, because we ain't have nobody tell us, oh, you look good today, you look nice today, you smart, you this, you that. So I just gotta say, it's all about perspective. It's all about what you want to do, and it's all about having a different mentality than what other people have. Because ain't no reason why we as black people, I shouldn't think the same way as you do. We're not monolith. We're not supposed to think the same way. Nobody has the same exact fingerprint. We're all created differently.
So I got a question for you, Devontae, if you don't mind me asking.
What's up?
And you mentioned about your time in the Air Force and having to deal with some things. Would you say that, maybe some of the other black dudes in the Air Force with you at that time, would you say that maybe you were more diligent, about average, or less diligent in your service compared to others on average?
I would say and honestly, and it's as far as diligence, I would say I was more diligent to it, because what happens is, everybody knows you sign your contract and you get in, oh, I'm gonna do 20 years, I'm gonna do 10 years, I'm gonna be good. By the time you're done with year 2, and it's dependent on how you feel, and people in the chat could talk about it. By the time you get to your second year in the contract, you like, man, F this. I don't want to do this no more. Because it's a lot of stuff you don't see behind the scenes that look good on the outside with the commercials and the benefits that you hear about. But once you're in it, you learn all the other stuff that they don't tell you. I had to get out because I realized my body was breaking down. Like, I couldn't run the way I used to. And I was in a high elevation state where I was in Montana, and anybody knows Montana knows that the air up there is already hard to breathe. So then having to run up there is hell compared to somewhere in Texas where we train at, where it was easier for me. So I got out because my body started to break down. I realized that. I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead, work on that. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to be the best at my job. So can't nobody say, oh, you're trash. You don't know your job. I was the go-to guy. Whenever you needed to move, whenever you needed to, if you got said, hey, you deploy in 2 weeks, but your family got to move here, it's hell for families. Yeah. So I was a guy that my friends, my mentors is like, hey, I got this person needs to be here. Can you hook them up in 10 minutes because I got a meeting here? It's like, yeah, no problem. So I was diligent in the things that I knew that I was great at. No, and it wasn't Minot. It was actually Momstrom Air Force Base in Great Falls, Montana. Worst place in the world, small city. Don't ever go there. Montana is very beautiful. Yeah, very beautiful. But just don't go to Great Falls. It's 20 minutes from one side of town to the next with traffic lights. 15 minutes without. That's how small it is. But I became diligent in what I knew I was good at. What I wasn't good at, I worked on. And I did just enough to get by. So, cool. But my supervision knew what I was good at, so they put me in those positions. My other friends, they was good at their jobs. But it's literally your mindset once you get to a certain point. If you got a 6-year contract, and this is like a lot of my friends were cops. Yeah. Cops get overworked, overused, and then screwed over a lot of times. So they was like, man, I'm done. Halfway through their contract. Yeah. So they didn't attack it all the way. Whereas someone like me, I was at a desk job, and I'm like, man, this is cool. Yeah. I could sit back. I could watch YouTube. Matter of fact, I'm on a YouTube video, actually. You go look up Air Force TMO. Air Force TMO, Marshall Air Force Base. I'm in the video because they asked me to do it because I had connections. Yeah. That's just my slight plug right there. Support your brother. But the diligent thing is all about what you really want to do. Because I've seen people get in and crush it and be what's called a Mustang. You get to your position quick, or a speed burner or a fast burner. You get to your ranks quick. Within 5 years, you are E5, which is hard to do depending on your contract. Or you're a 6-year and you're E5. Most of the time, it takes 6 or 7, sometimes 8 years to get to the high-ranking position where your opinions matter. I was an E4. My opinion kind of mattered, but it didn't matter. But, my diligence was in my work that I knew I was good at. What I wasn't good at, I worked to get better at till I was like, all right, I ain't got to test no more. I'm going to go get Pop-Pops now. So, but yeah, my diligence was what I made it to be because I knew I was good at it. I didn't skate around it like my other friends did.
I'm just curious because when you were saying that, people were saying that there's more of an issue, and I know some people put more effort into their commitments than others. But they'll all say I did this for so long, but again, like I say, that time doesn't usually refer to the effort that they put in, and so that's why I was just a little bit more curious about how you felt about it.
Yeah, and it's something that I deal with now. Like even now, I work for health insurance. So even now, I just got the job back in March. I'm diligent on my job. I want to know everything so that I don't have to run to my supervisors every 5 minutes like, hey, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? I wanted to figure it out. And that's what I learned in the military was figure it out. Because a lot of times, like Strong and Grand can attest to it. Rebs, GTO can attest to it. At a certain time, it's like, okay, they'll tell you, then it's like, stop coming to me, go figure it out yourself. Because eventually, you're going to need to figure it out yourself. I figured a lot of my stuff out on deployment, what I'm good at, what I'm not good at. I was able to, rub elbows with commanders. I got coined by a special ops commander because I was always on the phone with them when they needed something. If people had to go here and here. So it was a benefit. But, the diligence that I had in my work, I put into now, so it's all about your perspective. And even before I got into the military, it was diligence in schoolwork when I wanted to, but, diligence in schoolwork, diligence in what I cared for, diligence and stuff like that. And that was because my mother, who was a fantastic woman, and my stepfather at the time, drilled in me, work hard, you get success. You lazy, you will end up being a bum, pretty much. And Heidi, I don't play too much Call of Duty. I'm on Halo now. Yeah, speed up, Heidi.
Yeah, well, listen, Heidi doesn't even know what video games are. She lives in a forest somewhere in the middle of Argentina, chasing that horse that just attacked that dude. That's the same horse that got her. So,
no, what other questions do you have for me, Honcho? Because I could talk all night about mentalities, honestly, but I don't want to take up too much of the time.
No, like I said, I was just curious. Like I say, because you made some very good points, and especially that body positivity thing. That's the thing that gets me, because that started out originally for people who, oh wow, I've been in Top Chat the whole time. I haven't even been in live chat. Shame on me. But so that originally started out for people, who either had maybe lost limbs in the military, or people who had, real conditions, like skin issue, what is it, vitiligo, stuff like that. And then you had people come, and you had big girls come and take it over, body positive. And they took it to be a fat girl thing. Oh, we're getting depressed. That's not what it was about. Like, it was about people being comfortable with their bodies, people who had real issues, that they couldn't control, not being undisciplined in your weight gain, and shit like that. And now, like you said, just people want to air it out. Everybody want to call it liberation. And like, what are you being liberated from? Like, what are you liberating yourself from by showing your ass all over the place? Like, what is that? What is that benefit? How does it benefit you? But yeah, all this shit now, and the fact that people, and I said, I get on black women a lot more because, they always on this don't police me. They're the ones that feel like running from more discipline than anybody. You're over policing black women, don't do this and don't do that. Like, well, y'all just kind of out of the barn. Y'all out of, what is it, the shit, the left the gate open, y'all done ran off. And so it's like, we got to try to constrain, got to try to bring things back together, because again, I believe women are the first teachers. And so if this is going to be the mother of your child, or you trying to be somebody's, I don't even know if they want to do that shit anymore, the way this shit is going. But, you have to have a certain standard about yourself, because these behaviors lead to other issues and these things overall. It might not be one singular issue, but combined, these things bring us all down. So.
Oh, right. And I see a question in there for me, from let's see, how are people going to change? What needs to be done to get their mentality straight? I would probably say common sense has to be learned, but they also have to be willing to change. Common sense has to be learned, but they have to be willing to change. You could look at like, okay, it's about to be the end of the year, so we all know what's about to happen. January 1st through March 1st, the gym's about to be packed, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not waiting till January 1st. I'm like, all right, tomorrow morning I'm going to the gym because I got time. Because I'm not waiting to change. But they're going to say, oh, I want to do it. It'll be good. You'll get motivated. You'll eat right. You'll eat less fat. You start going to McDonald's and getting a large burger, large fries with a Diet Coke, which makes no sense logically, because diet don't even do nothing really. But you stop doing all that. And then March 2nd, you're like, man, I don't want to do this anymore. This sucks. Because you get tired of doing it, because it becomes a mindset. It has to be a mindset of, I do not want to go to the gym. I did not want to wake up at 5 o'clock and go run in -6-degree weather. But I had to, for not passing, the PT test, because I missed it by 2 seconds. I didn't want to do that, but I had to do it. I had to change my mindset. It was like, all right, cool. Let me suck it up. Let me go run these 3 miles in cold, dead air with my fingers freezing and my feet falling asleep, everything else. So, I did that, and it changed my mentality. But for people unable to change, they have to change their mentality. And like you said, mentality is on this call. You have to change your mindset. One of the reasons why Kobe is now looked at as this great mind guru in a way is because of how he attacked basketball. It's because of how he attacked his opponents. He'd get with an opponent, play around with him, but all the time he's figuring out his moves to beat him when it comes to the playoffs. You know, and I do agree it is education as well. It is the education as well. Reading is fundamental. I heard Eddie Griffin say it before. Reading is fun to mental compared to television, where it's tell-a-vision. They're programming. Compared to when you read, you could think for yourself. So I would say common sense has to be taught, education, and it has to be the mentality. And people could change at any time. People aren't you shouldn't stay the same from the time when you're 18 to 40. You should not be the same, which is what we see now. And I'm going to be frank here, in black women and black men that try to do exactly what they did in 1999 in 2021. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. You can't do that. So, it has to be a mentality. It has to be a changing of the mind. You have to be willing to change in order to change. And that's with everything. With old girl and old boy fighting in front of the kid, you got to be willing to change, because that kid going to grow up. When they get older, they're going to be like, why do I keep going to, if it's a girl, why do I keep going to this nigga that's abusing me and going with this dude that's abusing me? And if it's a boy, why do I keep getting attracted to broken women? Why do I keep going to feel like I got to fight them? Because that literally becomes your worst enemy, is what you grow up and see, because you're programmed into that, and you have to change your mind with that. I had to learn that being a father. I can't go off and be rah 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 and I can't talk to my wife like she in the military, because she wasn't. But I can't be like, hey, look, do this now, because this is what's gonna happen. Hey, come on, 5 minutes, let's go. No, I can't do that. It has to be a learning of the mind, a learning of everything. So different mentalities, different mindset, common sense, education will allow you to change for the better. So then we grow old like you, Honcho, and be on YouTube streaming and give a wise wisdom like a sage.
Shit. I just had to learn some shit, and I didn't mind if I'd have utilized it better. Wouldn't have had to take some of the bumps in the road. And all I try to do is just tell people don't make the same stupid ass mistakes. I had all the opportunity in the world for a lot of different situations that were there in front of me. But, like I say, and I fell victim. I won't even say, but I mean, I use victim because that's a terrible word. I made the decision to do the dumb shit, trying to impress, not even trying to impress other niggas, feeling like, I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do as a black person according to society or whatever else. Like I said, and I shortchanged myself. I leveled down instead of really leveling up, or not excelling as rapidly as I could have, And it took me going through some dumb shit and experiencing some dumb shit to be like, man, what the fuck did I do any of that for? It was of no benefit. But when you're in it, sometimes you don't see it. Sometimes you got to take a step back and really realize that. But
and Honcho, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
When you realize that, all right, I got to stop being stupid and man up here, when did it really click? And when it clicked, did you notice there was a change in how people viewed you, or how the people you hung around came around less and less?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it took me catching a case and getting to a situation. I was sitting in county, and like I said, I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. And, I had to fight it for a couple of months and deal with it, and, still dealing with some shit. But I was sitting there, and I'm looking around, when they had you in a room with a whole bunch of people pre-trial, before you ever got to court, actually before they finished processing. And there's an old dude, and I'll never forget this shit. It was an old ass dude in there. And there was a few old dudes in there. And he was talking about facing his third strike for biting his wife. And he said something along the lines of, man, I hadn't been to jail since 92. And this was like 2011. So this was, like I say, not too long. It was about 10 years ago. And he said, I hadn't been to jail since, 92. And my wife, whatever, he was just complaining about the issue. And I was looking at him, and I'm looking at some of the other dudes, everybody just kind of telling their story. I'm just kind of just watching everything that's going on around me. I see the young niggas acting up, and I'm looking at these niggas, and I'm just like, I don't belong here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have, other than the actions, I really don't have anything in common with these people. And I looked at myself, and I was just sitting there reflecting on a lot of different shit. And so I said, you know what? I told myself, okay, as soon as I get out of here, I got to tighten up. Like, I got to tighten up. This is not like I'm not finna spend a significant amount of time of my life in a situation like this. I don't want to end up like that old dude, fucking, what is he? I don't know, at that point, maybe been 50, 60 years old, fighting for your life or whatever. You might not get out of jail ever again. And so what happened is, as soon as I got out, and this is why I say Will Smith makes me very sad. I got out, and I was fucking around. I went to the library. I got a bunch of shit from the library, but I fucked around on YouTube, and I came across this video of Will Smith, and he was talking about this book called The Alchemist and how it changed his life. So when I read that, and it kind of changed my perspective. It was actually a pretty good book. I know a couple of folks in here end up reading it. I was telling them about it, and then from that, it just started this like addiction to reading, and then changed my behavior. Okay, where did I make mistakes? I wrote, where did I make mistakes in my life? What was I doing wrong? Where do I need to fix this shit? And like I said, I just started working on those issues. And again, it was some still dealing with some shit with the legal aspect of it, having some limitations. I took some L, I lost some people along the way. And so it hadn't been a smooth road. Things are much better now. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it had to be committed to being in that mentality, because I could have just as easily went back to doing whatever I was doing. And trust me, if we're talking about on a financial level, oh shit, things would have been way better than what I had to deal with, trying to damn near beg somebody to give me a job or, do all that. But again, I accepted that because those are the mistakes that I made that put me in that situation. Like, so it's the white man's system put me in this. So this is like, nah, ain't nobody put that shit in my hand. Ain't nobody make me sell this. Ain't nobody make me do any of these things but myself, because these are choices I made. Because I could have just as easily had stopped, caught on with some other opportunities that were presented to me prior to that. But instead I decided, I'm eating good here. I ain't finna do this. I ain't finna do that. And like I said, I just really looked back and just, like I say, looked at what opportunities I missed out on, and just told myself, I'm not gonna allow myself to fall back on that again, and say, try to use this experience to try to make sure, other young niggas who may be on the brink or on the verge, don't fall into the same line. You know what I'm saying? So.
And see, I like what you said at the end there, and how you make sure that those up under you don't make the same mistakes that you did. Because I feel like now we ain't got that no more. We don't have those mentors that'll pull us to the side and be like, look, man, you about to go to jail if you keep doing this. Like you about to end up here if you keep doing this. And that's one thing that we need. And I can only speak for the Black community, because I'm Black. I'm not anything else. But within it, there's no accountability. We saw all last year that everything was on everybody else. When you point the finger at somebody else, you got three pointing right back at you. It takes more accountability within yourself to point to somebody else.
Right.
When I went through my situation, I had to sit there with my staff sergeant and was like, man, look, I might get kicked out because of this, but this is what happened. And I told him straight up, he was like, I was in that same situation. This is what you need to do. This is how you go about it. But you don't stop being who you are because of the situation. Don't go blaming nobody, because at the end of the day, ain't nobody going to take the punishment for you.
Correct.
Nobody else is going to take that punishment for you. Nobody else was sitting in that jail cell for you. Nobody else was sitting in my room not sleeping because I was, concerned of the outcome. But it came to a point where I had to accept accountability for it. I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me not be stupid, And one of my friends, he got, escorted out because he popped hot for a test, for a drug test. And, the good old marijuana was in his system, and he had to face it, but he already knew what it was. When they called him, it was like, hey, we need you to turn in your badge, to turn in. He's like, damn. All right. He already knew what it was when it happened. He faced accountability for it, but he better off for it. So it also takes accountability.
Yeah.
Accountability. And if we have people that could teach us, or someone that can guide younger people to accountability, it would be better off in the long run. And so that's just my 2 cents on it, Honcho. Not my 2 cents.
Like I said, it was a very wise 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? So even at the age of 27, like I say, you seem like you've gone through, enough living to have a solid head on your shoulders. Like I said, I can definitely sense a very good future for you. And like I say, if more young men are along the lines that you're on, there's hope for the future. But the way I see a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying I know a lot of shit gets presented a certain way because you see, the things that attract your attention. So I don't know if it's a epidemic, but I see so much of it when I'm out and about. I just have concerns for the younger folks, especially under 25.
Oh, and I wanted to make a comment on a video you showed, an old girl talking about the laws in Memphis and the whole Young Dolph situation.
Yeah.
They don't need to give black people, and I said in the chat too, but it's just in case anybody's late. They don't need to give black people guns to kill black people. They don't need to give anybody laws to have a weapon, for somebody to get a weapon to kill somebody. Because half the time when people get pulled over, whether they're white, black, whatever, half the time when they get pulled over and they have a firearm and it's not legally theirs, it's a problem. Because there's legal standards in each state that's different. I can't go to Florida and not know the gun laws in Florida compared to Ohio or anywhere else because they're different. So when she said, they made that for control population, population control and everything else, in my head, I literally thought, it's a whole bunch of other stuff the government could come up with to control people. Please don't get some people started on 9/11, on coronavirus, on anything else, because they will literally tell you what population control is. In this case, it's not one of them. It was Young Dolph being in the neighborhood. Some boys wanted to kill themselves, and he got hit, and unfortunately, he died. I feel for his family. I feel for his children because they lost their dad. But at the end of the day, it's not population control. And I really wish black people would get out of the mindset of everything is to destroy black people.
Yes.
Because, it don't work like that. And like you said, people right after slavery were better off right after slavery compared to where they are now. And we have more rights now than what we did then.
Yes.
It is zero reason why we should not have a more sustainable force in the police, in the police area.
I feel like
My
Heidi looks
grandfather
like Chet
was
Holmgren with longer hair.
a police chief in
Great
Cleveland.
call, Devontae.
One of my friends was, he went to the police
Kyle,
academy. He's a police
KT,
officer.
tipped $10.
My
Mad respect for
some
you
of my
and
family
how
members are
hard
in
you
police in
work on the
different cities.
channel. Keep
It's
it up,
about
man.
making a change. It's about doing what you want to do and being better. So, if you want to truly make a change, let's stop telling these kids, go dribble a basketball. They give scholarships for that. Congratulations. Go do something else. Black people are poor with finances. Horrible. Statistically, horrible. Because they're not being taught. For one, school needs to be completely just abolished if they don't teach finances and taxes and what taxes mean and insurance and loans and everything else. Because everything I learned the hard way, which I'm paying for, literally. So when you get to a point where you're in financial trouble, you look for help. We need to be taught help at a young age. We need to be taught financial stability and accountability at a young age. Why is it an issue if a young man stays with his mom to a certain point if he's building income to get his own house?
Right.
Not apartment, not anything else, but his own house. Because white people do that.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Yeah. One of my friends did it. He bought his house cool, straight. But he was able to stay in the home. He took care of everything. But as soon as we get 18, it's, oh, no, get out of the house.
Exactly.
Survive. Survive. I had to survive, so you got to survive. The whole point of a parent is to get your children to a place where you weren't.
Correct.
It's like your parents gave you a better life. My mom always say I wasn't the best parent. I'm like, no, you was good because I ain't have to worry about nothing. I had my video games, I had my food, I had my pizza rolls. I went to school. I was cool. Now that I'm a parent, I'm like, all right, what did I not know when I was 18? Finances. I'm going to make sure my daughter knows the true things of finances. Like, I'm going to give you 5, but I'm gonna take away 50 cents. That's called taxes.
Yeah.
So then when you get older, you ain't tripping about I got paid short. No, because you know why. So, the things that I had to learn. When I was in the military, that's the first time I ever changed my oil by myself. They ain't got no stations over here to do that. And I'm not good as of right now working on my own car, because if I mess something up, my wife's going to trip and she can't get to work. But I know that I could call my dad. I know that I could call some friends of mine who are mechanics. It's like, oh, yeah, you do this. Like if we learned everything that we look at somebody else to do, we'd be better off. If we applied things that we've seen from other cultures, other people, we would be better than where we are. Not everything is survival. We don't have to be in survival mode anymore. We got stuff we need.
That's a big thing what you mentioned about the thing from other cultures, and that's the issue I have with us as Black folks, is that we have like this outright, like, man, look, the whole point of this thing is to improve. And so, we get mad at white people. Oh, they take this, and they take shit that works, they use it to their benefit, and they keep pushing. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you see something that is successful and you decide not to do it because you feel like some other culture, then you're foolish. You know what I mean? And that's the thing that I say with us is like, hey, there's some habits we need to adopt that you can pick up from Asians. And like you even mentioned earlier with the staying home, and the thing, what are a lot of the Asians, especially people who are coming from overseas, they'll have homes, it might be a single family home, but they might have multiple families in that motherfucker. Everybody contributing a little something until they can build up and get their own. And then, they look out for the next man. But like you said earlier, as soon as you're 18, get the fuck out. But it's half of it is parents. All right, well, especially if they had kids young, get out. They trying to relive their childhood because they didn't had kids young. Or we get this mentality of, oh, I'm grown now, and be in a rush to get out and don't really have, your shit together, have a full understanding. Because like you said, we weren't raised with that financial awareness of thinking about everything that you could have to take care of or could go wrong or whatever else it may be. So yeah, there's a lot of shit that needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, and I just want to say Heidi's real stupid for her comment. This is making me laugh over here. But the biggest thing that I would say that needs to change is it has to be a willingness to help somebody. It's not so much me. Like, we look at rappers and entertainers as role models. We look at all these people as role models when they shouldn't be a role model. Your role model should be in your house. If you don't have a role model in your house, it should be within your family. And if it's, again, not in your family, it should be someone in your community that's positive. Everybody was quoting Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all this other stuff, but y'all don't even know the meaning behind half of Malcolm X's speeches. Because if he saw what was going on right now, y'all really want to be victims? Victims. Look, I know the bare minimum compared to what some of my older mentors know about Malcolm X. The victimhood wouldn't fly. It's like, what are you being a victim for? You have everything. You have a chance to get a job. You have a chance to supply for yourself. You just want to sit down and be lazy and let daddy government take care of you because daddy government said they can. Daddy government can't even take care of themselves. Daddy government can't even tell you what time you're gonna be able to leave work. Daddy government is I'm be back. I'm going to the store for some milk and never return. That's how I view the government now. Partially because I worked for them. I don't know how crappy and shady it is, but also because when you look at the outside of it, it's not anything that's going to be sufficient to you. We tell them, the food stamps and everything. Food stamps is great if you need them. If you don't need them, get off.
Yep.
Go do something. Go build. Go be something. Learn how to plant. Learn how to do the things that we know how to do. Black people are more than just music.
Correct. They're
more than just being on a TV screen. Everybody talks about Egypt and Babylon and everything else. Nobody knows that Babylon was one of the most efficient back in the day, back in the way Jesus Rolling Stone days. Babylon was one of the more sufficient countries, more sufficient areas, I'll say, with plumbing and water and everything else. and people just sit here and act like we don't know how to do anything besides roll up a backwood and argue and fight. You know, and it's interesting because I look at people with financial stability, like the Jewish culture, the music industry. I'm not going to get into all that because I don't want you to get shadow banned or nothing. And then they come knocking on my door talking about, we need to have you come to the DC monument. Like, nah, I'm good. But, Nipsey Hussle said it in his song. Is like, we need to own some music, like the Jewish culture, like the Jewish people. Like, we need to own something. We need to stop renting and loaning and borrowing and start owning. Because then when we start owning, we have more pride about ourselves.
Right.
You know, I eventually want to get to a point where I want to own a home straight out, where I can give it to my children or give it to my brother who's disabled, have him stay there, and then, God forbid, God willing, I live past him because he has Down syndrome and the life expectancy isn't so great with that. But nonetheless, I want to have a home to pass down. It's that they pass down, so it's a generation, and it's a family heirloom. And it's not just a jewelry. It's not just a saying. It's not just a memory. It's a home that has property value.
Right.
And you'll be able to not live there. Somebody else could live there. You get money for it, and then you build up your income, build up your portfolio. Teach kids how to be doctors. Teach them how to be lawyers. Teach them how to be, right now, cyber. Intel is big. Cybersecurity. Teach them how to do that. Teach them how to do stuff that's more meaningful. There's no reason why a drug dealer can't have the same mathematic skills as somebody like a doctor or somebody like a mathematician or an accountant, I'll say. Because they both care about money.
Right.
It's just that one will kill you over money. The other one will teach you how to save your money.
Imagine if we were that passionate about education. Things would change overnight.
Man. Matter of fact, if we was that passionate about the way we care about football and basketball, and granted, I love both sports.
Yeah.
But if we cared about that as much as we cared about the home life, the finances, and everything else, you would see an elevation of Black people that's so amazing. It would be a shock to some people. Because at the end of the day, we're only known for our music and our cooking ability, and pointing the fingers at everybody else. When that's not who we are. We are so much more than that. So that's what I got.
Well, man, Devontae dropping some fire on us this evening, man. I appreciate it, man. Like I say, 2 for 2, we've had some great conversations, and like I say, it's gonna be some things you pointed out tonight that we're gonna definitely kind of expand upon in the future. And I'm gonna be looking forward to talking to you about those things.
Man, trust me, Honcho, I stumbled across your channel just browsing other channels because I've always thought a different way than whatever people thought, what other Black people thought as far as the whole victimhood. And like I said on the first call, I got in here, I listened. I thought the chat was crazy as hell. I know what was going on between Heidi and I still don't know who Dave is. And, every time I come in here, Sarah, I got to give shout out to Sarah. But, Ashley tripped me out the first time, which I don't even know if we got her top 5 singers today. But
she named like 3 random people. I forgot who I wrote it down. I think it's over here. So she named like 3 random people. Ain't had nothing to do with no top 5. Yeah, she said Beyonce, Amy Winehouse, and Ari Lennon.
Oh yeah, I was on here for that. I was on here for that one. I was on here for that one.
Yeah. That's all she said. She shorted us too.
But yeah, like I just, like I said on the first call, man, I appreciate the chat. I appreciate everything because it's all love. It's nothing like no hatred. You know what I'm saying? Like unlike we was playing Halo when the 2 dudes was arguing back and forth for the whole match. I'm just like, can y'all just play? I don't need to hear about your boxing.
Wink and St. Louis. Oh man.
Yeah. But
sometimes you gotta in the Discord. Sometimes you just gotta mute niggas for a little while and then check back on 20-30 minutes later. It'll be all good. Yeah.
Hey, look, I was just trying to get kills, Honcho, because like I said in the beginning, I was trash at Halo. Yeah. But this channel really just allows me to speak my mind and just be cool with it. Like it ain't no judging stuff, and You know, like I said, I've was in that whole victimhood mentality. You know, like I remember one time I was a senior in high school. It was only 2012, but I was reading a whole bunch of Malcolm X and everything, and I was listening to what my friends were putting in my head. Now I remember we pulled up to KFC, and I was just so upset at white people. I'm like, KFC is just a failed attempt. It's a white man failed attempt at white chicken. Well, a white man failed attempt at fried chicken. And my mom was like, boy, do you know how stupid you sound? Get out of them books and get out of that victim mentality and go read who Malcolm X was before you go try to study his speeches. And that's when I was like, oh, man, I need to, like, not just project my anger, you know, because that's when Trayvon Martin happened and all this other stuff. And I was just angry. But now when stuff like that happens, it's like, okay, I'm not angry, but I'm able to sit back and be like, okay, what happened on both sides? Like, I know you talked about it, the girl that got killed in Columbus, that the officer shot and killed her because she was about to stab somebody else. And I had a whole conversation with my cousins, like, you know, she was on the whole, you know, you can't tell me a white officer did that and didn't wake up with the intention to kill black people. I'm like, okay, how many people wake up with the intention to kill somebody? If I get into a car accident and I kill the other person, did I wake up wanting to kill them? Or did it just happen by chance? In that situation, that's a trained situation. The fact that he was also military at the Air Force Base in Ohio was also a trained situation. He was a cop. My friends were cops. They trained on stuff like that. His reaction time was quick to save another person's life, and sadly, that person lost her life. But if her parents would have stepped in and just de-escalated the situation, both of them would probably be walking around right now instead of just one.
That's the thing, that they put so much more responsibility on him than the father who was there, the father who showed up, who could have de-escalated that shit probably from the phone. But again, like I said, we got this attachment to drama and fighting and all this. Got to prove, you know, this false sense of pride. We put pride in this shit that has no substance to it. You know, oh, you stepped on my shoe, or you insulted me, you said my dress was ugly, whatever it may be, shit that don't matter, shit that you could really brush off and move on, you know. But we get mad and riled up and are willing to die over shit like that. That's ignorant ass shit.
You know, and you know, LeBron James tweeting out his tweet talking about you're next, and then taking it back talking about I'm just mad. Like, bruh, you have a whole bunch of people watching. You have to think rational in situations like this. Like, yeah, he shot at her, but didn't he save her? Weren't they both black?
Yes.
And he white? That ain't supposed to happen. You know, and just the effects of, like I said, we don't have nobody really telling kids, hey, go be a police officer. You know, my wife wants to go do that. Am I nervous for her? Yeah. Why? Because they killing officers now.
Yeah, and the officers don't have the same power that they
shot in the Bronx.
Oh shit.
You know, 2 officers dead, gone in the Bronx. There was another last year. There was a black female officer that got killed. Got no recognition for it. Got no recognition for it. Got killed by another black person. Got no. I think it was in Indiana. But you know, there's no recognition for it. So when she tell me, oh, I'm gonna go be a police officer, and you supposed to be working nights, and if I get a knock on my door, I already know if I get a knock on my door with 3 people standing at my door, it's a problem, because that means something that happened to you, and now I'm gonna be enraged, and I'm gonna want to go out and act like Tupac and shoot everybody up and pop up, you know, pop police officers, but I can't do that because I got to be accountable for my child.
Correct.
You know, and that's the thing, accountability and common sense. You could be as mad and angry as you want to be, but you best have some common sense with your anger. You have to think rational with it, which most people, when they're angry, don't. But then when they calm down, you rationalize things. You think more. You know, but this whole unaccountability, this whole anger, this whole everything else is just stupid. It's just stupid. But yeah, that incident that happened in Columbus, it drove a wedge deeper than what politicians and everybody else wants to do, and nobody sees the pandering that a specific side is doing to black people just because of that. And I'm gonna just say this because I've always thought about it. The Democrats are no more than the plantation owners, and we're no more than the house Negroes saying, "Oh no, we can't leave the house. We can't leave the house. We need the house. We need the house. We need the government. We need the government." He takes care of us. Yeah, cool, but he also screws you over in the end too. You know, and the
Once you
people
live
that
in
get
this house, you
preaching
can't
that, oh,
get
you're a
everybody else.
coon. You know, you a coon, you this, you that. It's like, why am I a coon for just thinking differently than you? And you don't even know how I really feel about the Republican side.
Exactly.
Because honestly, I don't care for either one, but I'm not going to go with people that say, oh, yeah, I'm going to give you this, but I'm really not going to give you this. You know, and people just stick to it because it's what they know. And I asked somebody, well, why do you vote Democrat? Why do you vote Republican? And people had an example for both sides. But for the people who did it, it's like you're brought up with that. You're brought up to just think that way instead of thinking for yourself. So, yeah, like I said, Honcho, I appreciate this, bro. I will be calling in more. So I'll be up trying to make sure my daughter don't wake up in the
Black
middle of the
Ashley
night
seems like
playing
one
a
of these
game. But
broad
yeah, I'll
slots
definitely be
work from
calling
her
in
heels
more.
and shoulders, and
You
her
know, and
hips
lighting
and
phone
cheeks
calls for
just stay
Devontae.
still.
That's what we're gonna go with. A lighting phone call for Devontae.
Well, I'm with it, man. Like I say, if you got something good to say, and so far it's been all great shit. I look forward to chopping it up with you, man.
No problem. Oh, and Heidi, LeBron James is very upset because, you know, people was attacking him, you know, about the snitch and he ain't being protected in the NBA as much. He got suspended and fined. But if you talk about somebody's son, which apparently is what happened, I don't know if you know about this, Honcho. He got kicked out of Indiana.
Yeah.
Well, he kicked some fans out for talking about his son. But if you talk about somebody's son or somebody's family, all bets is off.
Yeah.
You know, I live in the Akron area. I know of LeBron, but I've literally watched LeBron since he came into the league. For LeBron to be that pissed off, you had to say something that set him off, which is his family. So, and I never said LeBron is a GOAT. LeBron is a GOAT. He's the best of all time, the best player in different categories. The GOAT, that's me, of course. Anyway, I'm out.
I really do, Devontae, man. Appreciate the call, sir, and you have a good night. I thank you for calling.
No problem. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Devontae, man. I like the gentleman. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
I lied. What's up, man?
Dan, the motherfucking man with the plan. How you doing this evening, sir?
I'm okay. I'm all right. I just the previous caller. First off, shout out to is it Devontae? I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, sir.
Devontae, my bad. Hey, man, shout out to you, bro. It was a very good call, sir. And thank you for your service. And there's another gentleman, or I think it was Rebs or Reds. He was in the chat earlier, retired staff sergeant. If I got his that correctly, his MLS correctly. Thank you for your service too. Yeah, man. So mentalities. I think when it comes to the Black American, I think it's two main mentalities. It's not my fault I'm like this. And in some aspects that I can understand which aspect your life's talking about. Let's say you're born with certain medical conditions. Like if you have sickle cell, that's not your fault. So, you know, you had no choice in that. That was your parents who, there's testing, you can find out if you're a sickle cell carrier and if you're racist and stuff like that. You know, so that's not your fault. And that's just one of the, you know, issues. Maybe you have bipolar issues. You can't be blamed for that because you didn't choose to have bipolar or any of those things like that. So that's not your fault. But when it comes to like you committing crimes and then you get caught, and you blame the white man for you being in position, you blame your friends for not doing the job right, or when them niggas snitching on Facebook, whatever other type of foolishness that happens nowadays in Black communities. I mean, I'm near one, so that's why there's a bunch of shootings last night. On Thanksgiving, just the shooting. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Did somebody burn the turkey? Like, what the fuck? I mean, why is niggas shooting on Thanksgiving? Good grief.
Somebody brought that potato salad with raisins.
Yeah, that's a good reason,
that, bro.
I'm gonna shoot your auntie in the pinky toe.
Right there. You know, so I think it's become like what you can be responsible for, what you can be accountable for in your life, and what you're a victim of. Now, where you grew up, at, you didn't have no choice when you were a child. Obviously, your parents made that decision. You know, if your parents were two young, dumb, drunk people who decided to fuck without any sort of protection and have you in this fucked up environment, and for some reason your father's not in the picture, that's not your fault. Now, how you deal with that situation, that's a different matter. But you should have the knowledge of, you know, you can either be a victim or you can be a victor. If you spend your whole life, for every situation in your life, you find some reason to blame someone else, then that removes the responsibility from you. And this is why I've said that the new black supremacists, or the new like black pro-blacks and all them, they're white supremacists, because they find some way and somehow to blame white people. White people have that much real estate in their heads. It's pitiful at this point. It really is. It's sad. It's hilarious. Oh, damn, Illusion. Hey, look, that ain't my business, bro. By the way, shout out to the chat. I'm sorry. I got nothing to do with that, man. I'm sorry. Shit. It's just amazing. And then you put certain culture matters in there, like certain music and movies and things of that nature. No, I find it amusing because, like, when all this hardcore gangster shit first came out, there was kind of like a counterculture that started as well. Like, so you had like NWA, shit like that. But then you had the movie Boys in the Hood, which started NWA, remember, Ice Cube. And one of the main purposes was stop the violence, stop killing each other. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know, there's racist-ass white cops in there. Actually, no, the worst cop was the black dude.
Yes.
I hate you, nigga.
Can you blame him?
Black pepper. If I worked that beat, I'd probably be mad at black people too. I can't be mad at them. Fuck it. Then you had like the educated brother Furious Styles, you know, trying to reach his people, and you see how much he was awarded for that, and all his son's friends getting murdered and shit. Ricky, Doughboy, all the other shit, you know. But I mean, he's still trying. Blood in, Blood out. Oh man, got those locals. Oh my god. Give me some chon chon. Yeah, I remember that too. I love that movie too. That movie real, bro. Colors, yeah, man. Yeah, man. But oh man, it's just that whole mentality. But see, problem is there are certain groups who are using this victim mentality in our community for their betterment. I'm just gonna say it, the DNC for starters, and I've said this before. The last election, one party was like, "Hey, come with us. Tell us what you want to do. We'll work on it." Another party was like, "We'll tell you what we're going to do after the election. Just hold your thoughts after the election."
Yeah.
And it went one way, and I hope you see what you've been rewarded with. I want you to look at the decisions. Look, actions have consequences. Elections have consequences. And then here we are. The second black president, Barack Obama, said that. Y'all know who the first was. Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. I remember when I grew up, Bill Clinton elected, you know, I remember my parents saying, he's the closest to get to a black president ever, you know. That's my parents said that.
Played the saxophone, smoked a little weed. That's all. Nigga, he was a goddamn jazz musician.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, being on Arsenio Hall didn't hurt nothing. That was like the black show back in the day.
Correct.
You wouldn't see Bush on that bitch. Or sorry, who was it? Who did he go against? It wasn't. I think it was Bush. Yeah, he went against. Yeah, Bush was one term. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, mentality, and for a while I did have that victim mentality. Mm-hmm. But I guess I had the benefit of being able to go to a different environment, which was college at the time. But I think it would happen in the military too. I ended up doing the military as well, and I learned I had to be responsible for my own actions. I have to be responsible for my own actions. Yeah, you ain't black. I mean, hey, bro, he told you black people are monolith. He knows it. Look, Jim Crow Joe knows the Negro. There you go. He's been writing legislation for y'all for decades. Straight up. I know we started in the 80s. Actually, no, probably before with the whole busing thing. I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle. That was in the 70s. So that was me hitting my desk, John. That's just me emphasizing the point. That's my exclamation point. That's how I do. But you know me. I'm extra as fuck. But mentalities and just certain sides feed off that. So first, the DNC, they've definitely done a good job with that since quote unquote civil rights movement. And I say quote unquote because it seemed like the situation in the black family has devolved from then. Because, and I said this for 50s, 60s. Even with all the segregation and separate but equal, it seemed like it might have been a better idea for black communities, as long as it was equal. That was the reason why it was abolished, or whatever the Brown versus Board of Education, that decision was. The separate equals hereby abolished. If I'm correct, Thurgood Marshall was the lawyer for the prosecution, for the plaintiffs or whatever. And so it wasn't equal. But if, let's say, because I look at places like Little Italy and I guess Little Ireland, what do you call the Irish main city? But like those places, they managed to keep their community. Like there's not a lot of crime there. But it seems like in our communities where, like, the Black Mall, where that's at, there's always a lot of crime. Now, I never said this was genetic or anything like that. I'm not Dave. But it's a cultural issue. And I think a part of it was shifting the breaking of the families. Louis, I don't know. That's got to be interesting. I don't know. I got to look that up, Louis. That's interesting. But definitely in the breaking of the families. I remember never mind. So there's a documentary back in the 80s, and it was just like foretelling what was going to happen. And basically had a bunch of young black women, all of them have babies. They brought them to the interview, and they're holding their babies like, I don't need no man. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then you had this one dude who probably had a bunch of babies out there. He's like, man, I ain't trying to take care of no kids, man. Da-da-da-da-da. It's like, wow. And just seeing where we're at now. And the single parent rate has only risen. What is it, 70, 75% now? At this point, probably 80. Probably 80. You probably got like 5% error margin. Probably 80 at this point. Because now it's promoted to, being a single mother, let's keep it a buck. Single mother is awesome. You don't need that nigga independent, INDEPEN, all that shit. I love babies having without no drama. I love me a hood rat chick. Just this culture it backs up some of those more liberal and progressive things like living off of government dependence, single parent households. But this doesn't do anything to build wealth for your community. And just because you're poor doesn't mean you have to act without any class. Because I grew up poor, we couldn't act up in school. We would catch hell acting up in school. Straight up. So just because, see, this is my issue with this. Because if you want to choose to make that decision for you, that's fine. But when you have kids and shit like that, your kids will pick up off you, and then what happens is they'll go to school, and all the hell you give your kids, they'll give to other students, and then they can't learn. Happened to me all the fucking time in middle and high school. It was ridiculous. I ended up having to stomp somebody out, just be left the fuck alone. Because this is what happens with these kids in these schools, dealing with some of these victim mentality kids. Fuck everybody. First off, they're extremely rude, very violent. They have no problem cursing out a teacher, so they'll give it to anybody. And your kid has to deal with that. Your kid who may be coming from a place where you guys don't use cursing in the house, stuff like that, they hear so much going to school, it's ridiculous. It's really sad. Yeah, there you go, Devontae. Yeah, me too, man. I really hate to hear that. That's extremely angering. And my nephew was hearing that in Florida. That angers me too. Like, it just doesn't stop. And I know who's saying it. It's young black kids. Who's telling other black kids by pronouncing words a certain way. Now, you can have an accent. That's fine. You can be from the South or up north, all that. But from trying to learn in school, you're not black enough. This is amazing. Because kids hear that at home too. I heard that from my parents sometimes. Danny, way you talk, I think you're trying to be white. My parents told me that. And then when I grew up, I told them how much that offended me, and they apologized.
Well,
so that's fucked up.
Do you think that happens in any other community? I mean, you can think about Hispanic communities where they actually speak a different language. Do you think they do something similar? I know Hispanic might get a little flag, like the Mexicans who can't speak Spanish. I know people give them shit for that. But as far as being educated, do you think they get for wanting to pursue a higher education? Do they get called white? Do you think that happens in Asian community? Well, maybe so, because the Asians are getting labeled with the whites now, so they can use them for whatever statistics they're trying to push. But other white people are calling them white now. But I wonder if that is as prevalent in other groups as it is in the black community. I mean, just by speaking properly, speaking English, you're white.
It's possible. I'm not too. Maybe ask Sarah. I can't. Gringo. Yeah, there you go. It's possible. I'm sure in some communities that happens, which is extremely unfortunate too. Because even if they spoke perfect Spanish, the thing is just wherever you're at, whatever country you're in, if you're trying to learn in an education system, you should at least know that language. You shouldn't expect them to accommodate you. You have to accommodate them. And that is what it is, at least in a well-functioning country, such as I spent in Japan 2 years. Try being a Japanese citizen, just like a regular Japanese citizen. First off, you're not Japanese, so there's only so many benefits you'll get, and that's understandable. You're not Japanese, so But that's more of a homogenous culture, so that's to be expected. But still, the immigration process in this country is a lot more stringent than it was now. Now, just say, come on in. That's not exactly wise, but we'll pay for that in the very near future, if we are not already now. Yeah, Jordo, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. It's really sad. It's really sad. Yeah. Yeah, it's sad that other people who aren't, I guess he's from another country, Jordo, they're aware of this stigma in the community about trying to be white. Yo, you a house nigga. I heard this in the Navy. What kind of dysfunctional shit is that? From my supervisors, actually I heard one. So a Puerto Rican chief petty officer, the minute I got promoted, house nigga third class. Like this, I should have reported his ass, but I don't like to snitch on people. Well, some Puerto Rican from New York. That's why I don't like them people. If you're a Puerto Rican from New York, on site, it's on fucking site.
I think that's one thing I probably have noticed across the den. We got a diverse group of people, but I think Puerto Ricans have caught the most flack low key in the den. I've heard lots of people talk about their issues with Puerto, and it seems to be targeted Puerto Ricans from New York. Maybe all the Puerto Ricans are coming from there.
They started with me. I started with them other. There's two of them. One was my chief petty officer, and he was out here rubbing up on teenage girls. Not teenage girls. I mean, not dogging them out like that. But he was out here hitting on E1 straight out of high school. Who else? Who else was hitting on? Threatening airmen, E3s as well, just to make lookout while he was running a train on a female. Well, with some of his other chiefs. This is disgusting. Yeah. But they tell me about honor, courage, and commitment. See, that's where it started, the fracture in how I viewed the military. That's where it started. Javante might have had a story like that. It's sad because you have this idealization of what the military is supposed to be. Then you have fuckheads like him, and they have other black service members dogging you out because of the way you talk. This is no fucking respect for you. But I still stuck out for 8 years. So now fuck them. I don't even give a fuck no more. Just give me my check. Give me my job bill. Just give me all that shit. That's it. Fuck them. And then I had a black female said I was gay because I was trying to hit on her. I don't give a fuck how fat your ass is. I'm not jeopardizing my job to fuck with you. You ain't that special. But she had a bunch of other niggas hitting on her. This is amazing. I'm like, y'all niggas married, bro. Y'all really want to lose your jobs over her? Go to Magic City where I want them strippers. They'll get the money. They'll accept the money. You'll be all right. So let me get back on point. I got mad about the military shit to my Puerto Ricans, and that's not all Puerto Ricans, especially New York Puerto Ricans. I'm sorry. Shout out to you. I love J-Lo too. Okay. I don't know. But anyway, back to victim mentalities. See, I'm AD. I need my Ritalin, bro. I'm ADD, bro. Okay. So mentalities. It's really sad. And this chased me for years. Middle school, high school, the Navy, parts of college. The first time I went, you're trying to be white, So it's at one point where if a young black man, and I can speak from my experience, if you're experiencing this much bullshit from your youth, young adulthood, why wouldn't I just date white ones? Why not? Why would I just hang out with white people and Asian people and Hispanic, anyone but black people? Why not? And at one point I was like that. I ain't gonna lie. Because the majority of black people I met were harassing me or trying to clown on me in front of everybody else just to get some laughs at everybody else. If you've been disrespected this much, why should you be expected to come back and help the community and all this other shit? Why? But you know what? I still did. There were a bunch of young black men I mentored in the middle, 3 or 4 of them. I mentored. And guess what? Only one of them listened to me. The other 3 got kicked out doing dumb shit. And they came up to me wanting me to mentor them because they saw that I showed up on time, had a decent uniform. I got dirty because I busted my ass. And it's just sad because, and I'm not even mad about not getting certain promotions. I was like, look, man, I'm so stressed about my job right now. I don't need that promotion right now. I'm not about to get kicked out for not having a high enough rate. I don't give a shit about that. I'm just trying to focus on my job. And young black men coming to me trying to get some, lessons. There's a Hispanic guy too, but none of these guys listen to me about showing up on time, just party on the weekend, do your due today the right way you're supposed to, and leave these females alone, bro. I be trying to tell these dudes that shit, bro. And that's what the majority of them get hemmed up for, trying to get that ass, trying to get that ass. You got to smash, got to smash. And then they get into some sort of domestic violence issue, and now they in the pokey for fucking 45 days and get half they pay cut off. I'm like, I don't need that shit. Look, I got arrested one time. Public intoxication, Myrtle Beach, 2007. I have never been locked up since. That was the most embarrassing moment of my life. The people who were there with me, they left. They left me in Myrtle Beach alone. I mean, amazing. So that day tell me two things. One, stop being stupid. Watch what you're doing. Don't drink so much. Don't smoke so much. All that shit. Stop being stupid. Two, just because someone calls you a friend don't mean shit. Just because call you a family member don't mean shit. Anybody and everybody can fuck you over if it benefits them at that moment. Straight up. That's it. And it's sad that as the older I get, the more that lesson has been reinforced. You know, and in certain communities, like the black community, I mean, you get crossed out for nothing. What's the man, Young Dolph, what did he get crossed out over? He was at a cookie shop. This man running up on him?
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? I told you, I don't have a video. I was watching some stuff earlier trying to follow up on that there are rumors in Memphis that they believe that the cookie shop people have something to do with it. That's the crazy part. He's promoting this little small cookie shop because he was there, I guess, the week before, and he promoted it, put it on his social media and stuff. Hey, shop here, you know, whatever. They got the best cookies. And, you know, I saw some videos. Somehow I looked up one thing. I was looking at some of the little like channels that I guess that, you know, talk about I can't watch them hoes for more than about a minute and a half. And I started losing my shit. But I'm watching some of the little videos they showing, and the dude was talking about they believe like the daughter of the cookie shop owner. She was saying something, and apparently somebody saying that she's in the music business, so they thinking she might have got some money for like a bunch of crazy stuff. I don't know, but I don't put nothing past niggas, bro. Like I don't, cause Shannon said something earlier, and I'm just coming, and I want your opinion. Like I feel like there is some secret envy in the black community that people just don't speak on, and it's prevalent. We see it a lot, but we don't speak on it. And he, you know, when he's talking about the educated versus the uneducated, and that the uneducated kind of use that, oh, you acting white or whatever, to kind of make you feel bad or make you feel like you're not a part of the community because of, you know, them being jealous or whatever else it may be. But you know, like, what are your feelings on that? Do you think that there is a significant level of envy kind of within the black community, or do you think it's just more of a individual basis? You know, what are your feelings on that?
I think, yeah, there's this specific level of envy. That's why a lot of these rappers get murked on the regular, straight up. I mean, never mind the rappers. Look, I ain't worried about them. You know, that's just kind of the cost of being boss, right? But you hear it a lot. How many times people, like there was a story I read earlier in the chat, a young black woman, well, I don't know how old she was, but a black woman trying to start her store up, you know, in the community. They kicked the door in eventually and took all the shit out of there. She ends up having to go to another community. So that's just one other business that is not going to be raising the property value in that community because they're somewhere else. And there's actually three things in the chat I want to address. Devonta, I appreciate you saying that, man. I think I was a bit hard on my guys, but I would definitely listen to the problems. And actually, there was a party we had after my first enlistment was over. We're just getting drunk at a place in Virginia Beach, and like I remember I saw some guys from my shop, and I wanted to apologize if I was too hard on them during my you know, in my tenure as a supervisor. They said, bro, we know who your supervisors were. We understand, bro. You good. So I felt better knowing that. And I talked to 2 or 3 of those guys to this day. One of my friends in Japan, she was your supervisor. That's my dog for life, honestly, because she listened to my problems, listen to hers. So I appreciate you saying that, Devonta. Shannon, Mr. Washington. Now you mentioned about the white community and their crackheads, and I call it some meth addicts, stuff like that. And they're generally ignored. But I have to say, I mean, every once in a while they do make a showing. Like, you know, where's that one documentary? Wild One for Whites of West Virginia. I would say Jersey Shore, but that's the Italians. That's John's community. John, I got to deal with them. But that shit already faded out. That faded out. But I wouldn't say the black community. It's not that we don't just not ignore them. We put them on a pedestal. It's fucking sad. It's sad, bro. So I don't know, man. But I would agree we shouldn't be doing the same. But at this point, that's become kind of the norm, Mr. Washington, and it's depressing, sir. And Sarah, I am not getting married. You crazy? Okay, that's all I had. So somebody getting married? I'm getting married, Sarah. Stop tripping. Man, I'm kind of done soon because I've been ranting on about random stuff. But there's one other thing, Mr. Kenobi. You mentioned Yuri Bezmenov. And I've said this before too. Certain things I've read: Manning Johnson, Color Communism, Common Sense. He was a communist, and he thought the communists were trying to help black people in this country. But in his humble opinion, someone who's in the Communist Party for years, he saw that what was generally happening was that these people weren't trying to help the black people, upward stratification in the black community. Essentially what they were doing was using black people for a race war, essentially. And any black person who was more conservative in his values believed in private ownership of business and things of that nature. Well, you know, communists hate that shit. So they'd be the ones to be called Uncle Toms and sellouts and house niggas. Yeah, so I thought that started with that might have started with the communist enclave. Yeah, they totally used them. That's why Manning got the fuck out of wrote that book, and many other people too. And G. Edward Griffith mentioned that. I know, and he got spoke with Yuri Bezmenov. It's funny how these people are tied together. I just wish I knew about that decades ago, years ago, really.
Did you see after the I want to say it was the Rittenhouse verdict? I can't remember. It was outside of court. It was either after the Rittenhouse verdict or during the Ahmaud Arbery situation. A bunch of niggas was outside. I think it was Rittenhouse. They were outside marching, talking about the only solution is communist revolution. Had a bunch of niggas out there talking about this shit. All massive. You could tell some of them weren't as enthused as others. They were trying to get everybody hyped up saying it, but a significant number of them were saying the only solution is communist revolution. I may still have the video. I'll try to pull it up here if I still got it. I have to find it. But yeah, I mean, this was a BLM march, rally, whatever thing you want to call it. And I mean, they're showing their true colors now. And it is what it is. They don't even give a shit anymore. But
yeah,
here we are.
Exactly. The mask is falling. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. And Kenobi, he tried to warn us. He tried, man. Someone's listening now, but is it too late? That's the problem. He said that the current generation of like revolutionaries were trained like 20, 30 years ago, and they're training the kids now. They're the ones writing these CRT, I won't say syllabuses for these schools nowadays. They're the ones pushing this, Oh yeah. Thank you, Devonta. Yeah, Mr. Crump, Mr. Sharpton. When Ahmaud Arbery's dad said all lives mattered, they're like, oh, hey, you fucking the money up, bro. That's the Turkish money, but you calm that shit down. And he said that. I honored that man for saying that, because his son is dead, right? He could have said whatever shit he said. He could have been like, what was that young man? Brown. Burn this bitch down. Remember that? He could have said that. But he didn't. He wanted peace. I applaud him for that. But yeah, Heidi, the signs were there even clearer, but Americans tend to not see things till it's too late to do anything about them. That's kind of how America is. I mean, you've been here long enough. I'd imagine you know that, since you know everything. But God bless you, Heidi. But it's just, so let me get to the main point about mentality. I think it's just the victim and victor mentality. And think about victims. Even if they win, they're still losing.
Right.
But think about victors. Even if they lose, they'll still find a way to win eventually. Maybe not the same path they took initially, but they can divert it, go to something else, So it's either you're always losing or you're always winning. If you're still breathing, you're winning, essentially. That's how some people's mentality is. And that's a very strong mentality. But I think that's been cultured to not exist in Black America, or at least in small amounts. That's like the gentleman Shannon. He said he had 3 degrees. God damn, dude, good shit. That's amazing. I got one myself. I'm working on the second one that's actually useful. So that's where I'm at right now. But the victim mentality is it's very dangerous, because when you always think you're a victim, you will justify anything. You'll justify robbing somebody, justify killing somebody. What was that dude? That James Broadneck's guy. That's victim mentality. When he shot them 2 white boys coming out the Christian recording studio, and he said, I popped their bitch ass, fuck their family, fuck them, my life's been hell. But just because your life is fucked up does not justify you murdering people, sir. Mm-hmm. And now he's sitting on death row in Texas, and he now he's a Christian now. Go figure. It's funny how that works, though. All it took him was a few years. And that's one of the saddest things. See a lot of these black men in prison. Like that gentleman you was talking about, that 50-year-old, that old head. Yeah. Just kept going in and out of prison. It's sad these guys learn their lesson like 10, 15 years into a damn sentence, or just constantly going in and out of prison, in and out of jail. That's fucking sad, bro. Mm-hmm. That's sad, bro. So we got to get away from this shit, get away from that victim mentality. It's not doing us any favors. But good luck in this current society getting away from the victim mentality, because it's endorsed by the mass media. It's endorsed by tank smellers like Don Lemon, five heads like Joy Reid.
No. That bitch there, bro.
I don't like him, man. I don't like that dude, bro. You know I don't like that dude. Why you bring that dude up? No, I'm kidding. I brought that dude up, but okay. It's ridiculous. And Al Sharpton, he a snitch. Al Sharpton is a king snitch. Yeah. So I hope y'all hanging out with snitches. And now a person who just witnessed the crime and told the police about it, that's just called being concerned citizen. A person who gets in deep and wears wiretaps and shit and hanging out with, that's a snitch. That's what Al Sharpton is. Fucking snitch. But that's y'all do, man. Jesse Jackson out here, you want to cut niggas nuts off. That's y'all do too. I mean, he ain't been doing as much lately. You sit your ass down.
Y'all saw him, man. He was at the forefront of that shit. They had him on. Jesse looked like he didn't know where the fuck he was. Matter of fact, hold on. I think I got it. But he did not look like he knew where the fuck he was. They had him out there marching. Hold on, I think I got it somewhere. Yeah, they had him on. They was holding him up and everything. Yeah, matter of fact, hold on. Got it right.
Put that old man down. Take his ass to the convalescent home, bro. Put that exactly. Oh, this shit, bro. Jesus, what is he doing, bro? Man, this video gonna be funny, bro. No, take him home.
He doesn't know where the fuck he is. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Take him the fuck home, bro.
Talking about what? This is what I'm saying. No fascist U of A. This is not nigga speak. These niggas don't say shit like this. Niggas don't be normally talking about fascists and shit like this. You see who's holding these signs?
You know who that is?
Antifa motherfuckers in here.
White liberal. Yeah. Antifa fucks. Yeah. I ain't trying to generalize all white liberals, but y'all been running ragged on this culture for decades.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all deserve some criticism. It's amazing.
But even if you look in the background of this shit, you see it's all the white people holding those signs. So again, you know what they are. He behind some in the Trump era. Like, what are you talking about? In the Trump era, it's like they need to associate Trump with white supremacy so bad when you've had a motherfucker who has literally said all the racist shit. Like, you got him on film from way back saying all the racist shit. You can talk about the racial jungle. Yeah. You can talk about the niggers and all that shit. Remember? Huh?
Yeah, Hamitown. Yeah.
All this shit. I mean, and even now, the Great Negro, and if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, and so casual with it. No worries at all, because
I
don't give a fuck. Trump you have not heard him say any of this shit. None of it.
He said, that's my African American right there. That was offensive. But a great Negro, well, he said great though, so
Yes.
That neutralized it.
Yes,
give him a chance.
If you're gonna be a Negro, be a great.
Stall him out. I'm putting that on a shirt, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of the white liberals, they've been running the black community for years.
Yeah. But Shannon, I think
Hadi, if it's accurate, then it is what it is. Good point, Hadi. Okay, I'm sorry. Well,
no, Shannon was talking about how education has increased, but I think what you got to look into it too is where are blacks getting educated? You know what I mean? What are they getting? What are they getting degrees in? Yeah, if you're getting, like I say, what's it, the underwater basket weaving, or you're getting it in gender studies, or thing. Now they're making it. Now they got diversity and inclusion and equity officers and all that other shit. But for so long, people were going and getting degrees in that didn't benefit them, and then getting, taking out student loans on those degrees. And so you basically had this worthless degree that you can do that. I remember the chick talking about, well, I should be able to give my degree back and shouldn't have to pay the student loan. What the fuck? What are you talking about? You should have picked a better area. The Asians go get degrees in engineering and shit like that, or become doctors or whatever else, like that. And so it benefits them. But when you go to college, just say you're going to college, and that's part of the problem is, you're pushed to go to college, but you're not told, hey, okay, you need to get something that's going to, make you some money. But a lot of people just go, they get there, they don't really have a plan. They're in their sophomore year, and they need to kind of declare something damn near, and they just kind of go with whatever. I got enough credits to do this, and it ends up being something that's, that's not beneficial to them. They get a liberal arts degree or some shit like that. And that's part of the problem. So it's like, yeah, you're more educated, but you're more woke, and now you're blaming the system for the bad decisions that they made along the way, instead of being told, hey, these are the fields that make money. And this is where you need to, if you're going to go to college, this is where you need to go, or you need to go to a trade school, and this is, what's going to pay you, or whatever else, as opposed to just go to school and figure it out when you get there,
Right. Essentially, yeah. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna blame him for the next 20, 30 years. Never mind what's happening now. You know what? But hey, the Dems are winners, like you said. They will do anything to win. And I'm gonna stop right there with that comment because you know where you go with that one. I'm gonna move that alone. You know, it's just amazing. So victim mentality. It's endorsed by white liberals who basically run the black community at this point. God bless y'all for that, man. That's all I gotta say. I hope y'all enjoy the fruits of y'all labor. Devonta, man, look, shout out to you, brother. I appreciate everything you said, man. But I mean, look, we ain't black though. You know, as Joe said, we're not black, you know, and Kamala's probably authority on black people too. I assume she poses as one, so it is what it is. Oh Lord, this country is going down.
Definitely.
Yeah, and the GOP ain't no better. So let me not say, oh, he's a Republican. No, I ain't declared shit. I'm independent with more conservative leanings. I'm not completely libertarian because I don't think we should just you're free to do whatever you want because some of this whatever you want has costs down the road that people don't like to talk about.
Yes.
Like drug usage. Everyone should do everything. All drugs should be legal. Let me tell you something right now. That's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
I wrote a paper on this. Certain drugs like methamphetamines, I'd say maybe cocaine. I mean, matters how you act on it. But methamphetamines, everyone's acting on it. No one like goes. Well, I don't know what your status is as a person, but no one goes to work completely functional on methamphetamine on a 4-day meth binge. No. I would assume so.
No.
I would assume so. And there's shit like Flocka. I mean, there's so much shit out here that there's going to be a need. No, I don't want to say need. I want for it. That's for sure. But it should be endorsed by the federal government. Weed, totally different story because it's natural. Alcohol, I mean, that's killed more people than weed ever has, but that's illegal, So shit like that. So that's why I'm not completely libertarian on some aspects. I'm mostly conservative. I put it like that. Yes, I agree. But that's all I got, man. Look, the victim mentality will destroy us in the long run. It's already destroying us. But it's addictive to always have something to fall back on. It's addictive to not take responsibility for your actions. It's great to always be a victim because always somebody be there saying something on social media like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're this, and this, and this, and this." Always, jerking off under the table. But when you actually take responsibility for your actions, no one's there for you. Because like you took responsibility, you got to deal with it. But when you're a victim, someone's got to feel sorry for you. I think that's the thing because people don't want to live through this life alone. When you take responsibility for your actions, sometimes it means doing it alone. What is it? Victory has 1,000 fathers. Defeat is an orphan. Essentially that. No one wants to be there when the party's over. You had to clean everything up and someone to put a hole in the window. No one wants to be there for that. When a party going on and shit, everybody loves being there. I think that's human nature too. So I don't know. I hope us black people do something better, but like I did donate in my comment, I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
How bad it's going to get, I don't know. And that's all I got. I've been on long enough. I apologize. Y'all do your thing and enjoy your weekend. That's all I got.
Shout out to Dan, the man with the plan. Like I say, as always, a Falcon. Shout out to Devontae. Shout out to Dan. They dropped some heat tonight, man. Both gentlemen. Shout out to both of y'all.
I appreciate that, man. Y'all in the chat, have a good night. Sarah, I love you.
I can't get a PhD degree in Nike sneaker history. Thoughtful face.
And dropping bars, Jesus, I feel you. Dropping bars, baby. Hold up.
Oh God, bro.
Oh my God, that's such a crazy thing to me. That's so crazy. All right, that's a bit damn.
Have a good night, bro.
You too. Appreciate the call, man.
Donald Trump, bro.
Oh man, that's hilarious. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling into the den this evening?
Yeah, it's Lee, man. How you doing?
Doing good, Lee. How are you this evening, Mr. Lee?
I'm all right. I'm still surviving through this apocalypse and stuff,
Okay. Did you how was your Thanksgiving?
It was kind of lame. It was kind of lame. I had one fiance back in the day before I started getting sabotaged. Her ass used to be able to bake like crab cakes and all types of different cookies around the holiday. I'm kind of missing B3 or whatever.
XB3. Okay. I got a question. I saw something. and I want to know your thoughts. And I want to know y'all's thoughts in the chat too. I saw this thing. It was a pie. Pickle and cranberry pie. Would you eat something like that?
Cranberry pie. I like razzleberry pie.
Pickles
or
and cranberries.
Blueberry pie. I like pumpkin pie. I like sweet potato pie. But cranberry pie, I haven't had that yet.
Yeah, I saw a thing. It was cranberry pie with like pickles on top of it.
Pickles on top of it. What's that, like pregnant chicks like having some type of
I have no idea.
Uber delivering or something?
I like pickles. You know, they're cool on my hamburgers and stuff like that. But I don't know about a pickle pie. I'm
That's why on the last time when I called in, I was saying that hippie chick starting to turn into some googie goo-goos and stuff, because that sounds like some progressive cooking right there and shit. When you mix the pickles with cramp, you try to make some Sour Patch Kid pie and shit, fucking with people and shit. But I bet you it's some big chicks that like that though.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
I remember when I was little with shit, all of the chubby sisters, this shit on the south side of Chicago, they used to love getting pickles and sour candies and everything. That was their fucking shit.
Yeah.
Playing the hot Cheetos and all types of just anything really, really hot or anything really, really sour they liked. But you know, acid, the human body not supposed to have a high content of acid in it. Shit, you're supposed to have.
That's what's fucking everybody up, the fucking hot Cheetos and all the hot chips that red dye 40 fucking people off. They started reading about that shit. They said it fucks with people's like emotions. Like it's something, it does something to you and it makes people emotionally unstable. It's something, I forgot the specifics of it. But yeah, you know, everybody eating hot Cheetos, hot Funyuns, hot Lays, they got hot everythings now. And so that's where everybody crazy. Motherfuckers been eating Takis and shit and losing their damn mind.
Hot stuff is good for you. Like cayenne pepper and everything else is for good, like, because it's a natural antihistamine for like cleaning out your sinuses and whatnot. But it's different when you have somebody else mixing it with a whole bunch of fake extra citrus acid and all types of stuff. But speaking on a mood stabilizer, blueberries are a mood stabilizer. So it's actually kind of, you know, despite it having antioxidants or whatever the hell, it's supposed to be good for people just like for they being calm, just for the eating. So if you got a boisterous family or stuff, you could try to lure a little bit to complacency by feeding them some happy berry pie. Let's get a bunch of blueberries. Yep, chill them out. The new thing, happy berry pie. Everybody get one. There's some books that I was thinking that some of the younger guys that called in might need to peep out. Promises to Keep.
Promises to Keep.
Yep. When I was a shorty, I used to listen to Ice Cube when I was in high school, and I remember I was getting pissed off about a whole bunch of shit. And one of my older buddies, a guy who was a couple years older, he let me borrow a couple of books. I had Promises to Keep and a couple other weird books already, but he came by and gave me two other books. And it's not that I prescribe to all of the stuff in all of them books, but I realized something. I got calmer about what was going on when I had some mental backdrop where like I could establish, oh, this happened then and this happened then and this broke down like this and these people are doing this for these reasons. When you don't have that type of knowledge in the back of your head, you'll be more apt to be confused, flustered, and angry and making poor decisions and reacting certain ways to what's going on, which is what the issue is and stuff too. Like people getting angry and stuff and picking on you for how you talk. Some of those people are people that might do to read some of those books. Another thing that everybody might need to research, whether you believe it's malarkey or not, is there was this one pamphlet that came out called the Willie Lynch Papers, and they talk about how they try to have divisions among the slaves, which is just like probably a euphemism for black people. if it was something that was written at a later point in time, like they'd say that they don't want people that are a certain age to respect people of another age, and have people angry about people from they just like, you know, the color of their skin or how they talk or whatever. And you have all of these different divisions. And we suffer these divisions. Like right now, like, remember a Tribe Called Quest?
Yes.
Back in the day, you used to have a music group like a Tribe Called Quest, and you'd have like a music group like Digital Underground, and you have a group like Public Enemy, and you'd also have a group like NWA. Wouldn't that be a balanced diet?
Yes.
Right now, we don't have a balanced diet.
No, absolutely not.
So we have like it narrowed down to one choice, Cardi B or whoever the next guy is that they're about to pick to get the next election for a headshot or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of like with a real diet. You got to go out and you really got to search and find the good shit. So even if it comes to the music, you want that alternative selection of something that's a little bit more sensible. You really got to dig through some shit to try to find it.
Yeah, but if we prescribe to some of the Willie Lynch separations, who's supposed to be providing you those local vegetables? You'd have to be having people from different groups, different age groups, and you'd have to have them feeling that they want it and need it. If they don't feel like they need it in the environment and everybody says stuff contrary to them, or if they have people to debunk them, like that knucklehead that was running over everybody, Mr. Informant in Wisconsin, from like, I remember I told you they was deploying out child molesters and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy had bail jumping charges. I think maybe did I mention something about bail jumping being on people charges and shit?
I can't remember.
In the past?
I don't remember about the bail jumping.
All right. Remember, like, when I first called, when everybody was like, he's talking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember I was saying, like, a bunch of people got CO2 poison, and there was a little military guy there and shit, this little dude named Shane Zarte. Like, he became building manager. He was supposed to be doing his little special op, black ops type thing, trying to take me out. And them motherfuckers was part of a fucking human trafficking ring and shit. But a lot of the guys with them, under them, were guys who were informants. And those informants, a lot of them had multiple bail jumping charges. Like, there was one guy whose ass I saved. When everybody got CO2 poison that one Christmas, this little dude named Anthony J. Rogers. And remember I told you about Wisconsin court access. You could type some of these people's names and pull up their charges. And a lot of them have, like, you got 10 charges. 4 of them regular. And then you got a whole bunch of bail jumping charges. That's an oxymoron. Mm-hmm. If you got a bail jumping charge, you're a fucking flight risk. So you can't post bail. So how the hell could you have 4 of them on one thing or have any on any of your other charges and shit? That means that somebody was waving the magic wand for your ass because you're important strategically for some fuckery. Mr. What was his name? Brooks?
Yeah, Brooks.
That bastard, they said he had a little 16-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he openly admitted that shit, talking about he ain't know, but he was pimping her out in Nevada. And apparently in Nevada, 16, the age of consent is 16 out there. But he's talking about he was out there pimping her in Nevada, and then I guess they got caught up. And then, well, he's a blood, but he said they got cracked. And then that I guess she turned evidence, or I don't know if state's evidence or whatever, but she basically turned on her with the laws. But my thing is, like, if you saying, she was 16, but then you also saying that's your first baby mama, what were you doing prior to that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the wild shit. So you was doing the same shit. You knew what he was up to. He knew what he was up to.
A lot of times girls that are getting human trafficked have misguided loyalty. Mm. They have misguided loyalty, and part of it will be because of shit like that. Either the girl will get criminalized because the person that's trying to control her will get her hooked on methamphetamine or some other hard drugs, and the girl is so young that she's used to her family members and the school providing fruit roll-ups for her, so she don't even think to ask the bastard that's dicking her down and giving her weed laced with some meth or crack or some shit on it. She's not thinking to ask him, you should take me to dinner. I should have a steak. I should have a dress. She's not thinking that. So whatever the fuck she getting fed, she'll go for it until she get mad, because everybody have a different level of when they had a moment of clarity. Like they say alcoholics will say and shit, like where they'd be like, this some bullshit. You was fucking me over. And she might have wanted to go upside his head at an inopportune time when the police was riding by and the police wasn't in on it. It wasn't the person that's dirty that was going along with it. Because he was in Nevada, right?
Yes.
Vegas. Have you ever heard of Judge Melanie Tobiasen?
No, I've heard of him.
Judge Melanie Tobiasen is important to a lot of this. Judge Melanie Tobiasen had found out that her daughter was getting human trafficked, and she tried to investigate. She found out that the people were being protected by people in law enforcement, and she said something about it and made TV, but it got buried, and she got crucified because nobody is watching anybody's back. And the people that know what's going on and shit, like everybody not apt to want to listen, because a lot of people do not want to hear something from an intelligent black man. You know what I'm saying? One of your callers said something, I think it was Dan, he said to people, like, you know, he tried to tell people, like, you know, I'm going to school you on how to maneuver, and they don't want to do it because they thinking about getting some pussy.
Yeah.
And getting in the fights with chicks. People don't want to listen to you all of the time. You know, a lot of times people do not want to hear shit from us. You know, that might have been why back in the day, Pac said that shit. He's like, I'm not a role model. I don't want to do that. I'm not ready for this. You just, you know, some people don't be ready for it. But what are you supposed to do?
Well, that's a tough one. Yeah. If the people ain't ready, I mean, shit ain't gonna shake. Ain't nothing gonna happen. You know. So we with old buddy, ultimately, because they said some other stuff about him too. You know, somebody was calling in threats to a casino and some other shit. You know, so
casino?
Yeah, they said he
was
called.
Was it one of the ones in Wisconsin, or was it one of the ones out there in Nevada?
I'm not sure which one. I just know I didn't know they had any in Wisconsin. If they did, I was assuming Nevada.
No, they got some out there, yeah, but it's involved with the fucking the ring, because the ring, like, they sell a little bit of dope, but they sell a whole lot of ass. You know what I'm saying? So they got something going on with one of the little casinos out there with the Honcho casino and shit.
Okay.
And one of the other resorts. They got a little refinery. You know, I got mad at them one time because like they had hitmen and shit. And when I realized, like, I don't know if you know it, but I told you I was like feuding with them.
Mm-hmm.
I whooped shit out of some of they fucking hitmen out there and shit. But like, I was like laughing and shit, drinking one time. And I was like, this some bullshit. They flying dope in at the little rinky dink airport. I'm like, couldn't I just go up there, wait till the plane land, knock the pilot out, take they dope out, and piss on all that shit so the ammonia turn that shit just to crack rock? I was laughing my ass off and shit with one of the survivors when they tried to poison me and this old dude, Wayne. You know what I'm saying? But Wayne was like, don't do it, don't do it.
Man.
But I was like, they can't do nothing. It's like they pussy. Everybody just don't know they pussy to go run up on them and shit. But, you know.
You shared a story a while back. And I told you last time, I think we chopped it up, that I wanted you to share the story again because I thought it was a great story. All I'm going to say is one thing maybe you remember, because I don't want to give too much to the people who may not have heard it. But the story you shared about the cat, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Wayne was there. Yeah, Wayne was one of the person that benefited from that little hero cat.
Okay.
Yeah, the cat started dying first. The cat saved everybody's fucking ass. This little hot chick I knew gave me her cat, crying and shit because she had to go back to the human trafficking. She was too dumb to tell me, but part of it was I was the nicest person she knew, and she thought she was protecting me from getting hurt by them because she didn't know how bad I'd end up hurting some of them, but she might have had a hint of it and just didn't want me to get in it, sacrificing herself, right? So she gave me this little kitten in tears and was like, will he have a home forever? And, you know, I can't stand cats, but I like sexy brunettes. And if they crying and shit, I can't say no. So I ended up with this little cat. And the little cat, like I said, they tried to they warned her not to come by my house around Christmas. So a couple of days before Christmas, she tried to sneak over, and one of their little operatives was recording with a camera, so they caught her. And they called, and I guess they got the okay to try to execute my house, which she used to live at, because me and her used to do security together. And they started trying to poison us, and she gave me a hug and a kiss and left. And she had some knucklehead with her named Anthony J. Rogers, one of them bail jumping fuckers and shit, right? And I remember I told him something. I was like, you need to take your ass back home. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck sent you around or why the fuck she got you under the wing, but you shouldn't have your ass around. Something ain't right with you. And he fucking mentioned fucking Dodo. He said that Dodo trained him before he came over, and Wayne's jaw almost dropped and shit, right? So he said he got trained. He taught him how to control female. This little bastard talked some pimp shit talking to me. Having pity on him, I didn't whoop his ass. I just said, take your ass to your mama. You live with your mama, use a fucking tunnel dweller, take your ass back to the basement and shit. Get your ass the fuck up off the board and shit before it be an issue for you. Because I was about to be 1 minute off his fucking ass. So these motherfuckers leave. And I tried to crack a joke because we was watching that movie, The Hateful Eight. Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen that movie?
I know what you're talking about. I don't think I've seen it though.
You remember how the whole subplot of the movie is they poisoning the coffee? Mm-hmm. Wayne got 2 Subway sandwiches. He said he had some voucher to get 2 sandwiches and asked me if I wanted one. And I think I had said I wanted something specific on mine, but I remember I played a joke while I was switching them around and shit. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, nigga, you gonna eat the one with the poison on that shit, right? He was laughing his ass off, right? So we laughing about poisoning because we know that motherfuckers would be trying to poison people where we at, out in Baraboo, Wisconsin. And then this wild shit in the movie is about the coffee being poisoned. And I sat and said some reminisce type shit. I'm like, you know what? I can still smell her perfume on me. And he's like, I can smell it too. And I was like, nigga, fuck you. You can't smell my woman fucking perfume. Fuck. And then I thought about something. Wait a minute. I smell something else too that smells sweet. And then the cat walked by sideways. The cat was dying from the CO2 poison first because it was closer to the ground. But the cat would sit like a parrot in a chair that I had, so it was higher up, catching it, and my chair was close to the vent, to the central air unit where the poison was coming through. So the cat was catching it, and it was hitting that little body of the cat. And it was also fucking Wayne up because Wayne was the oldest person up in the fucking house. And there was somebody else there, a guilty party that I was trying to help. I didn't know he was guilty at the time. This guy named Nick DeChant, right? So everybody basically is dying, and the cat started walking sideways. So that was how the fuck I rescued everybody and shit, seeing that the cat was dying. Because when I hopped up to get the cat, Wayne hopped up. And Wayne was like, now I know what happened when your face got scarred. And he fucking started falling. I grabbed him and sat him down. And I called this female, this chick named Spring. And Spring was the one they called the EMTs. I couldn't call the EMTs because I knew some of the local sheriffs. And like, imagine you're in a small town. There's only like 16 sheriffs or whatever the fuck. And you know some of them dirty, but you don't know who all is dirty. And the dispatch lady dirty. So I was like telling her, I'm like, I can't call him, one of the people that's involved with whatever the fuck is going on, because the Central Air units is stacked, one on top of the other. Imagine the neighbor downstairs tells you he cousins with one of the sheriffs, and his apartment is right beneath you, and he moved from one apartment across the hall to get close over to where the fuck you at to be up under you, and he's doing this. So he's letting it happen. So how am I supposed to call his cousin? You see what I'm saying?
So,
you know, I say 25 motherfuckers in my life never made the newspaper. 25.
So like,
I stopped counting at 25.
So what, like, what would you say would be the method in which you had to, you know, save most of these people? What would you say the process was?
People shutting the fuck up and listening. Like if I tell a person move left and duck, move left and then duck. Don't take an extra step. Don't back up. Do exactly what I say. Listen, shut the fuck up. If I say run your mouth, run your mouth. If I say smoke a cigarette, even if you don't smoke a cigarette, just smoke the cigarette. If somebody comes up to you and they tell you some weird shit out of nowhere, sometimes they telling you some real shit. Don't be disrespectful to people. Sometimes a person might seem like a fucking clown shoe or look like a homeless person, but that homeless person might be related to somebody rich and you just don't know.
So Black Ashley has a question. She wants to know what your boxing fight record is.
My boxing fight record?
I'm wondering
why is she assuming I'm a boxer?
I'm wondering if she's just assuming overall fighting. It may be fights that you've gotten into.
Why does she assume I'm a? But why is she like? Is she trying to mock me with that, or is she serious with that? That's that Ashley girl, that one girl they called in the show one day.
Yes, Black Ashley.
The one that was like talking about her boyfriend was writing notes and shit, like, you know.
Yes.
She's wrong for that. Just for notes. Like, people should take notes and shit and pay attention to shit.
She said, no, a real boxer. She said, you seem feisty.
I'm related to a boxer that's a note. The way that I got Lee and my name as a nickname is because I'm related to Lee Moore. He's a boxer. He killed 4 men in the ring. They never talk about him. I've traded his fighting style. But, you know, at one point in time in the street, I won like 2 fights in a row in 2005 when I got stabbed up and shit. But how do you count those? You can't, that's you know, that's like if I save some knucklehead's life and it's not put in the news, people don't want to cover it. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it don't count. So if you had general strike, the person wouldn't know. You know, how you supposed to wear honor? You can't wear it, but some people can get false honor. You know what I'm saying? But then some people start popping this shit, they get scared. So it is what it is.
So you think Ashley was wrong for her feelings about the dude who was simply taking notes so that he could have a better understanding of her?
Fuck yeah. How you supposed to remember when that broad had a birthday? Didn't she even say she snaked him on trying to tell him like her birthday was a fake birthday just for him to fall in the trap?
Yeah, that was true.
Come on, man.
Yeah, she is a bit deceitful.
She must be bored. She needs some real dick in her life. She needs some dick in her life.
Yes.
Remember that song for Breeze? You the one that I like. It's a dick in her life.
She's emptied all her Febreze cans, so
she get her dick out of Febreze. What the fuck is that? Was that a TikTok fucking try or some shit?
No, she said she needs it to be the size of a Febreze can.
The size of a Febreze can.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so this weird chick want a butt plug or some bullshit. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that'll fucking measure up to that. Whatever that is. That's absurd. She actually typed that?
She said that. We talked about it.
I don't know. But I told you and shit, I was starting to get tired of like the fact that all of these cantankerous chicks enjoying Cobra and shit, because they just be Cobra against even just the fucking regular dating relationship and shit. Like, I'm gonna sneak no little boat. Fuck this bullshit. It's a mutiny. You trying to fucking ride, be happy and shit, try to be romantic. Fuck it. I don't like roses. Why didn't you get blue ones? I didn't know you like blue ones. You should have took notes. You don't like notes, though. What's wrong? What am I doing? I don't know what to do.
Do you think women are gone past the point of saving?
Do I think what? Some chicks are past the point of saving?
Do you think women, the modern woman, do you think they've gone past the point of saving? Like, as far as having successful relationships in the future?
Oh, boy. Yeah, but that's fucked up because it's another hypocritical oxymoron. We still got to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? So what the fuck you supposed to do? Like, but that's part of what the hell my little underwritten thing was and shit, because it's like they the key to this shit. You know, if they got the power to make it so that you can't, as a father, say something or make a dent and lie and do all of this other shit, or try to get bitter and make you bitter, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you supposed to do? How you teach the next generation? You know what I'm saying? If they don't want to write letters so that everybody don't get into a full-fledged war because they want to join the bad guys for goofy reasons and shouldn't have negative intentions, what do you do? If they don't have motherly instincts, what do you do? If they listen to crazy music and have everybody dressing crazy and acting crazy, what do you do? Like, I remember at one point in time, do you remember when like Kanye was heating up and he was getting with Pharrell and they was trying to turn everything to pastel and they literally was trying to have everybody dressed like a court jester?
Yeah, they did have some weird shit going on.
Remember?
For a little while, yeah.
They had the rainbow everything, all of the clothes was like multi-patterns and stuff. I couldn't get with that. Like, I'm like, what the hell I'm supposed to wear? I like wearing black hoodies. I can't dress like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't selling enough shit for a Jedi. What the fuck am I supposed to dress like and shit? Even a Sith. Can I dress like a Sith as opposed to a Jedi? What the hell is this shit? You trying to have me look like a court jester? I'm not no goddamn court jester. You had a court jester dressed like a court jester. The king dressed like a king.
All right, so we got a question. Savage Donald Trump asked. He wants to know more about the fighting style. You said about Lee Moore.
Go on newspapers.com and shit. What you asking me for? What you want to know about the fighting style? Would you want to box with me? You want to fight me?
Let me see. He was inquiring about that in the 10 fights. So you said
about
you got
10 fights?
Yeah, so you got stabbed during the 10 fights?
I whooped a bunch of people, yeah. I whooped everybody's ass. Everybody that was bad, like the rape artists and the fucking little gunman guys. One of my and fighting and shit, to me, it's not always about like putting your hands on people. Sometimes you can win a fight with a dude with a pistol with a 40-ounce bottle. I've done that. It counts because if I had to start throwing blows at him, he would have probably shot me. If I had to grabbed him, he would have shot me. So imagine if you're playing chess, you're trying to win, right? So I want to win with the least amount of moves possible. So if I get this over with, all's fair.
Yeah, I think that all is good. And when you talk street fights, ain't no rules. Just left standing.
Yep. But there's something else and shit that they won't tell nobody about that, but they'll tell everybody about Kimbo Slice or whatever and shit, and videotapes and shit, cloud chasing type shit. You hear about this, you hear about that. Don't nobody really hear nothing about my uncle, like I said, sadly. So it is what it is. But who do y'all want to hear about anyways and shit? Y'all, if somebody tell you some real shit, y'all might not listen to some of the shit. How many of them do you think took notes about what books I told them to read?
I don't know. But
I told them to read a book called I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Do you think a bunch of them will read that shit? I bet you a bunch of them, they didn't. I bet you.
I looked it up. I didn't read it, but I looked it up. So
they got videos about it. A dude named Wendigo made a good video about it. He on YouTube. But I appreciate that you bothered to look it up. But I'm just saying, like, some of the other people and shit, like, well, listen, like, people in the future. Because, like, that's the cool thing about this format. When you have, like, a talk show like the way that you have it, when it's sitting online, it lives beyond just the day when the people that's in the chat and the people that's viewing it at the day, other people get to come and absorb it and take it in and mull over it and look at it again and rewind it, you know what I'm saying? And check and see different stuff. So if we do say something for the shorties, because that's what the younger guys are saying. They were saying that they do want father figures. And you know the sad thing? I saw two things on Facebook videos, some little cheap clips. One of them I saw a clip was an army dude was like on a Jenny Jones type show, and there was a little bad kid and a big chubby single mom on stage, and they had a drill sergeant dude, and he was like, "Do you want me to be your dad for the next 8 years?" And you know what the little boy said? He said, "Yeah." And the drill sergeant dude looked at the crowd smiling, but he kind of looked uncomfortable. Then he leaned forward and he asked the little kid, he's like, "Why? Is there any reason why you want me to be your dad for the next 8 years?" His whole voice tone changed. And the little boy said, "Because I don't have a dad."
My man, the real life black Steven Seagal, martial arts uniform.
And the man looked back at the crowd again, and you could tell his feelings changed.
Yeah.
He ended up taking the little kid back because he probably was going to cry.
Yeah.
Sometimes father figures are needed.
Yeah. They're very necessary.
A lot of them chicks don't really realize that. So if they want us to save them and shit, should they be, who do they want to be that guy?
They want NBA young boy to be that nigga.
You understand what I'm saying? What if he don't want to be that guy? You can't make him be that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to have that happen with chicks that I used to date, break up with. Like, they want other people to be me. And you can't make everybody be somebody and shit. You know, you can't do that. Everybody got a position that they play, whether they the like hero or the villain and shit. Like, but everybody not go be father figure. Everybody ain't go be the guy on the block that'll be coming out like, "Hey, knock that shit off." But sometimes that's all you need, somebody to do that. But hey, I wanted to say something else. The other video I saw, somebody had a video up and it said Empire Records. Don't join Empire Records. Have you ever heard of them?
Empire Records, yeah, that's who. What's the name? Mo3 was with him. This dude Dolph was with him, and I believe King Von was with him. It's another dude that I actually used to listen to. Huh?
Extinction.
Yeah, oh, I didn't know he was with him. I know what's his name? Money Man with him. Somebody
Aaliyah apparently was with him.
Who was that? Aaliyah?
Yeah. So with that roll call, they also say Boosie was with him. How many people in that roll call still alive?
Shit. Two that I know of. Boosie was with him. And like I say, Money Man. I actually used to listen to some Money Man before I stopped listening to rap music. So yeah. That's stop the young boy. I'm not hating on young boy. Young boy just is a strange. I thought young boy was taller than he was. Somebody told me young boy was taller. I think like 5'8". Somebody told me he was like 6 foot. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked that shit up, and he's like 5'8".
Shoot, next to some of them chicks and shit, some chicks short than a motherfucker. So if they sat her next to a chick, they might look like a giant and shit. But I don't know. That was a thing and shit. It seemed like there was a bunch of short ass rappers and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had one little rapper from New Orleans tell me some wild shit one time. He's like I don't want to sound like I'm bullying you. I was like, you motherfucker, like I'm like fucking a big dude. I ain't a little dude. You fucking talking this crazy shit.
Yeah.
I could be your bodyguard, you little motherfucker. You talking stupid as shit. Like fucking. That should be tripping me out. Like a lot of the motherfuckers be having the polio complexes and shit. Like they be all insecure and shit for different shit. But a lot of them dudes tighty. That's just a thing.
If they're under 5 feet, that's some wild stuff. Yeah, that's crazy.
What do they think about the roll call though? Because like those are the rappers that they be choosing from, like, you know, in that photograph like that you had up there. Like you had a person that looked like they dressed studious and looked intelligent, got a fucking suit and tie on, and then you had one of those guys with a chain on and shit.
Yeah,
you know, that's another thing and shit. Chains.
Mm-hmm.
If everybody in the community that's black is jealous and in the Willie Lynch syndrome type shit, what good does it do to attract more attention to you, to have people angry and attacking you for your personal shit? Like he got money to buy some cookies. He got to go.
Yeah, that's crazy shit.
You know what I'm saying? But that's the reality of it. You know, like I saw like one of the shows you had, and you was mentioning it, like you said that because of the guy driving over people and shit trying to be a rapper, you were saying that people at a certain age shouldn't rap. I don't think that's true, because with rock and roll, Axl Rose, or even worse, like here's something. The Rolling Stones, they can still perform. They got songs where they like have sympathy for the devil.
Yeah.
And the whole song he talk about he's the devil and stuff. He's still making music. Nobody came up to him was like, you the devil? Well, I'm Beelzebub. I'm gonna try to fuck you up. Like, he didn't have nobody come challenging him, trying to snatch his chain off or wanting to take pictures of it and shit. Why is it, you know, that, like, here's the weird thing. Why black people are always the crash test dummies, you know, for everybody else's shit, but everybody like to watch us do whatever we do. At the same token, like, people like to see people doing stuff. So, you know, if they outsource your shit, then you had the island boy.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, what the hell is supposed to be? If you want to have somebody kick knowledge, you got to get it from the people that can kick knowledge. If you want to have somebody that can spit, you'd have to. Because remember, I was like saying that there was a difference in the level of decadent crackhead side men. Remember, I was saying, like, you got like ODB, you got like Flavor Flav, you got like Coolio, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, all of them guys could spit. And then you got the version of that, like, he's the king in the spotlight. It kind of doesn't make any sense because you don't have a balancing act. You don't have to, like, anybody for anything else. Not saying that they need to whip up some fake ass Tribe Called Quest and throw them in there and shit that's like disingenuous, because you know they not above doing that shit. But it's so close to being near the apocalypse, they don't really give a care about what you see. Kind of like you saw them people doing that little communist rant and shit. I saw that shit too. Wow. But I still have my opinion about it, because I think a lot of that shit is distractions. Like, because they trying to have everybody wind shit down. And they having people wind shit down so that everybody be pointing fingers at everybody. And the easiest target to point finger at is us. You know? Because they, like, you know, they said that there was supposed to be a executive order December 21st of 2017. They said we had a national emergency over human trafficking. But the first bus were like ethnic. They were like Weinstein, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. you know damn well R. Kelly and no Bill Cosby not no biggest kingpin human traffickers in the fucking globe. You know damn well, but they easy to get. They easy to get. Tekashi 6ix9ine get busted. They make an indictment. It's a specific type of indictment where it could keep expanding and folding other people into it and entrapping and enclosing other guys. Gorilla Black get grabbed. Some people next to one of them Cardi B type chicks get grabbed. Some other chick get grabbed. This person get grabbed. This group get grabbed. His ass still running the heck around.
Gorilla Black, the one who used to sound like Biggie? Or look like Biggie?
Yeah. Who brought up Gorilla Black? Did I say his name?
Yeah.
I thought I said Tekashi 6ix9ine.
But you said Tekashi, but you said Gorilla Black got snatched up and some other niggas around.
No. Like he called himself Gorilla Gang. What the heck is that boy's name? Not 2 Chainz. What other one? But no, Gorilla Black, yeah, he got something to do with some of this shit too. His sister popped up before some of the bullshit that was going on out here fucking got crazy and shit and stuff too. So that must have been like a Freudian slip. But I know they was calling it Gorilla Gang something. It was some other little group and shit. Casanova 2 times. That's the one. You know? But no, Gorilla Black, his ass, like one of his relatives popped up somewhere she shouldn't have been at around some girl close to me and caused all type of fucking havoc and shit. It was the weirdest shit. You know how like when a chick like you and shit, they don't give a fuck about what you do? All of a sudden this girl started asking me for a copy of a CD. And I was like, you never gave a fuck about any of that shit. I done fucked you and you didn't give a fuck about that shit. So you don't give a fuck about that now. And she was like, well, you know, Gorilla Black's sister moved next door and shit. And I'm like, the dude that used to sound like Mystical? You know he used to sound like Mystical at one time, right?
No. I just thought he was
He been outside. He came outside of like Biggie afterwards, but he a chameleon. At one time, he used to sound like Mystical.
No shit.
Do you think that motherfucker wanted to sound like me when his sister was asking for the CD? Possibly. But I shut that shit down. But that girl tried to kill herself 15 times. She was getting drugged.
God damn.
That's just wild. And that Gorilla Black sisters, some of them got arrested with him with some credit card scam and the feds got involved. COINTELPRO, a motherfucker. Shit, all of them daggone, what you call them informers, they be having about like Al Sharpton and shit. Like, you know. Maybe he won. Doing some rap COINTELPRO. They said infiltrate and fuck shit up. And everybody like, well, why the fuck everybody good? They ain't rapping no more. Like, well, why the hell they keep signing these little kids they think they can kill? They think they can get some booty from them and they can kill them. And they can't do nothing because they like, you ain't built like nothing but a string bean. You can't protect yourself. You gonna piss off your security, talk shit. Now won't pay your security.
They work more dead than they are alive.
Yeah, okay. So how many of them rappers got extra albums and shit? They managers talk about they got the extra albums. Suge had extra albums for Tupac and shit. That ain't work out too good for him, did it?
No, well, made some bad decisions.
But that cop doing Reggie Wright Jr., he doing okay though, right? He the one podcasting and everything else and stuff. So he good. History and shit gonna get erased though. If everybody that keep up with it.
Think everything's online, they just gonna wipe it out?
No, I think that people gonna wipe it out just from the fact that they trying to be like Idiocracy, trying to act like they want to have half of the story and they got enough of it. Well, that's enough for me. I'll just operate off of this. If you conduct yourself like that, sir, you will possibly be used as a fucking tool because you're running on half information. If you run on half-ass information and shit, or if you really, really selfish and deceitful and shady, if you act like that, that's no better than the chicks that I said was being some dang on backstabbers and shit with they fuckery and shit, trying to join Cobra. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everybody got something to be mad about, but if you're a man, you're supposed to have some type of discipline. So, like, if you fucking have some fucking discipline and shit, you ought to be able to put shit in perspective and be thinking, like, well, this ain't gonna help. Just because everybody else being an asshole, I shouldn't be an asshole, too. Just to cut it fucking short and shit. Even if you take a loss and shit. Like, I'm gonna take an L and shit, but it's better for you to take an L and shit and have some fucking dignity than to be sitting up trying to be fucking an asshole and shit, not have to. And you know something else they don't remember with everybody not having their information? You know, Jesse Jackson brother was with the El Rukins and they stuck up a McDonald's or some shit. Was trying to shake down the McDonald's owner and shit.
No, I have no idea about that.
That's some Chicago history and shit. I'm from the south side of Chicago and shit. Like, so it's like some shit. It's like everybody know them for something else and we be knowing them for some other shit. But y'all don't know they used to do this. These people used to be these motherfuckers. Like, that's part of what the hell they be doing. So when they be doing like great and shit, and it's like, the fuck, you get a payoff and shit to that shit. Like, fucking what the hell? Like, everybody gone. We ain't got no Martin Luther King. We ain't got no motherfucking Malcolm X. We got you and nobody listening to you and don't nobody give a fuck about you. You know, like, who the fuck are the leaders?
Yeah. That's crazy. I did not know that. I just looked that shit up. Yeah.
Look it up. They got it on Info Minds and shit too. Like, there's different little channels that uncovered it. Like, they might have it covered on Pop-A-Lot. They might have it covered 3 places. What's that dude? Al Prophet might have covered part of that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For real. The El Rukins and shit. Like, but for real, they had some contact with Jesse Jackson brother and shit. So, like, it was like he was on some Chicago gangster shit. They, like, Jeff Fort and them and shit. Like,
Yeah,
for real.
They said it was life. He doing life. And so he was a millionaire businessman convicted in Chicago and South Carolina on charges related to drug dealing. So they had plans to kill one of his business partners, to kill a woman who was scheduled to testify against him. She was stabbed, but she didn't die. They said the trial ended, this was several El Rukins members. The result that federal prosecutors said at the time had all but wiped out the gang's leadership. So, yeah, I guess they caught a bunch of high-level motherfuckers, including him. That's why.
Uh-huh. Yeah, one of them was trying to buy rockets and shit or some shit from some other people they did, like, overseas, which is part of why they took them down. And that could have been some set-up fuckery. But you know how when people don't know history, they don't give a fuck. They like, I don't care. Like, you see the Italian movie and Fat Paulie, he like, I ain't going to take no telephone. Talk on the payphone down the block. I don't give a fuck. Get an umbrella. Black dude like, yeah, I'm the leader of Kingpin on some fuckery and shit. Yeah, I don't care. I'm going to talk on the phone in my mama's house. I don't care.
Man, niggas is...
Nobody tell you nothing. But see, that's another thing this shorty need to think about. If your parents don't tell you anything about investing in all of this other shit because they don't know anything about it, how are they supposed to? Because you got to look at what educational system they had going on. In Chicago, I witnessed this with my own eyes. There used to be black female teachers. These are black females at a school with black children in a black community. They get mad over shit that some kids say, cracking jokes, roasting on them over their hair or some outfit or something petty. These kids will open up their mouths being children. And these ladies did not know how to deal with children, didn't have children. That's another thing. They should probably do something about that, having people that don't have kids be around kids.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't have as many people like with all of these chicks that be trying to fuck the kids because they ain't got kids. So they just like, I'm living my second childhood, like a Nas record. But the girls, they used to say this shit to the students. Well, these are grown women, you know, but I'm grown now. So I'm looking at it like they act like girls. They be like, I have my education. You need to get yours. And they emotionally shut down in the class, which meant that education was fucked.
Yeah.
All of those kids. And it's an overstuffed classroom with 30 black kids. Them chicks would shut down and not want to teach anybody shit. So if they were the same type of people being like the only solution is communist revolution. If they those types of chicks, they've been being subversive in Chicago. Was ground zero for a lot of that shit. Like they testing the projects and shit, having to like seeing that you could have a high turnover and had the kids be fucking having kids by 15. Take the father away. You can't have any man's clothing if you want to get this housing. If you want to get this assistance. After everybody moved from Mississippi to get them jobs working at the damn car gone plants, they shut the damn car plants down, had white flight, and everybody moved. Now people held hostage. Now they're losing their houses. Now they have to get public assistance. But now they like, nope, the men can't get any of that. Papa was a Rolling Stone on purpose.
Yeah.
We're going to have all of the girls move into a place called the Project. It's a social experiment. It's literally a project. Some paperclip Nazis are running it. But that's some most shit y'all don't know nothing about. We always they lab monkey test rats and shit. I'm surprised they didn't have the COVID. Like I heard some white people saying some shit earlier today. They were saying that they gonna accelerate what they was doing. That they gonna have the next variant. It was supposed to come out in 2022 or some shit, but they're gonna try to bump it up and shit.
Yeah, so that bitch came out, huh? The
one that was bumping it up.
The one that was in Africa, because they was talking about Africa wasn't having no issues like that as a continent. They were talking about how low, the rates were and everything, and then all of a sudden now, the Botswana or the Omicron, whatever they call it now, variant, that all of a sudden popped up. It was funny. We were just talking about last week how low the rates were, and then how quickly things changed.
That's because everybody don't put their foot up their ass and shit. Because like it's like if Mr. Burns can't fucking fight you, what the fuck is that bitch ass motherfucker supposed to do? Like so for real. Like it's one thing for you to make everybody retarded and give them fake osteoporosis and shit. Like all of the chicks' bones hurt, but they all like motherfucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but they don't know what trisodium chloride is. But they feed it to their kids.
Yeah.
They feed it to their kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nipsey Hussle and shit. Everybody said like that he was wrong for he's going to put a documentary out about Dr. Sebi, but maybe Dr. Sebi knew some shit that they needed to know. So what do you do? What do you do? There's so many dangling plot lines and shit. Like, there's so many dangling plot threads and shit. But, like, will it matter in the end? If there's a bunch of people that everybody has contempt for, who's going to give a care about if something bad happened to them? They got all of these different people. You done heard 3 different versions of people. Like, I got more right than probably both of the other 2 callers that called in to be salty at every damn body. And I'm not really salty at every damn body. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what they talking about with the people just trying to be just with language. We don't want you to enunciate. We don't want you to talk proper. Like white people own being intelligent and shit. Some people say that Plato invented the greatest form of thought, philosophizing. Philosophy is the greatest form of thought. But they said this man said he was a student of philosophy. Where you think he went to learn it?
Where did Plato go?
They said he went to Africa to learn it from black people that like everybody hate. And now they trying to poison them with the Omicron. With the Omicron, we want them gone. We're going to come and feed you nothing but oatmeal. I remember when I was little, I knew that was wrong when I used to see, what's her name, Sally Field or whatever?
Yeah.
The chick from off All in the Family.
Yeah, but it was still all of
coming there.
Yeah.
And they'd have them commercials where it'd be like all of these white people flying in big planes, oatmeal and shit and grits.
Yes.
It's like, goddamn, like how is it so illegal for you to feed a motherfucker some others? You can't bring nothing but oatmeal. Like you ain't gonna plant the shit? Like what the fuck? Like the shit's fucked up. It's fucked up. And these people starving. We're not gonna try to bring them no sandwich meat and none of that bullshit. Like all you motherfuckers, we got oatmeal and grits. Send 25 cents a day and you can make this with flies in his eyes, have a bowl of oatmeal with no sugar in that shit, no butter, no salt, just some fucking roughage out this bitch with a pot belly. We'll make the pot belly look swoller.
No, them commercials used to kill me, bro. I had to cut them off. Them little animal commercials that be coming on now. And shit used to like
with the lesbian song, It be touched by an angel. There's a dog and shit with a patch on his eye and one leg missing his shit. Looking about some sewer water and shit, just hopping and shit. That shit make you cry every time and shit.
I'm like, damn, why ain't y'all take the money from this commercial and say that damn dog?
Sorry to interrupt you and shit, but I was just trying to crack a joke.
Yeah, no, I feel you. It's just like I say, it's crazy because I think they had a thing come back out like she kept like a whole lot of that money. That was supposed to be going to the motherfuckers. Like they was like, yeah, she kept a lot of that shit. God damn it, Trill, go to bed. Yeah, there was something.
She kept all of the money.
I think she kept a whole lot of the money, like a good chunk of that shit. And,
I knew there was supposed to be a plane full of raises and shit. I knew damn well that bitch stole all of them children's raises and shit to go with that oatmeal.
Yep.
Ain't that a bitch? That was a joke, y'all.
All the Sunmaids. She kept them all.
Yeah, she kept all them boxes of Sundays and shit. That's like them chicks that be at the pantry and shit. They ought to do a shakedown and shit or do a SWAT team search on bitches at food pantries and shit. Trying to steal all the good shit. Like, what the fuck? This is not enough plain oatmeal and fucking cornflakes and shit. They're sending them too much good shit. I'm taking that home.
Trill, what the hell are you talking about, Trill? I don't even know what you're speaking of. Damn.
What, they bad?
I don't know what Trill they're talking about. Motherfuckers talking about they didn't form cults with the money. With the damn money, forming cults in Africa with the money that the motherfuckers in the U.S. are sending. Oh,
like
man.
that school that Oprah had?
Yeah, Oprah school. Bunch of shenanigans going on. Yeah.
What was all that shit that she had going on? And she knew that dude, John the God. Like, he was one of the ones that got indicted early on with that shit. You know, to be continued shit.
Yes.
Like, they can't stop it with just Epstein. But this is the thing where they always making us look bad. Did you know that Epstein had two black guards, a black male and a black female that played heads down, thumbs up, time to play 7-Up and went to sleep?
Yeah. That's funny. That both of them disappeared. Both of them fell asleep and then he got Epsteined.
Yeah, just like fucking Robert Williams and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah.
All of them got hung.
Yeah, that's it. And that man, that Bourdain shit, that was some wild shit. Cause the chick he was with was a violator.
Yeah, you know her trial was supposed to be while Kyle Rittenhouse's trial was going on and shit. But like some people say that the whole shit was like to keep everybody not paying attention.
Oh shit. This nigga trailed him with AWOL. I knew what he was gonna do too. All y'all direct your hate and anger towards one moderator and one moderator only. The carpet bomber himself. So, yeah. Yes. Trill has violated everyone in their rights.
He had to ban all of them?
Yeah, Trill came in and abused everybody because he's a grumpy old man. And we out here having fun past his bedtime.
Well, they can't have... Y'all in the chat cannot take victim mentality. Accept it. And be happy with it. And deal with it. You'll be okay. Just walk it off.
The real oppressor is Trill. He is the real. See, you do something nice, you send a nigga to church, nigga finally get to church, and nigga just lose his mind. See, that's why you can't do nothing nice for niggas, man.
Damn.
Look at this nigga. Terrible. A terrible individual. But it is late in the motherfucker though. Damn it, one. I ain't realized it was late. Well, we gonna have a vote for this nigga when he go to sleep. We're gonna give Trio Wrench to Broderick. That's a terrible thing. Nah, I'd give St. Louis a wrench before I give Broderick a wrench. So that's how bad Broderick's situation is right now. But yeah, man, Mr. Lee, I'm gonna get ready to wind it down because it is about to be 1 o'clock my time. I didn't realize it was as late as it was. But as always, sir, I appreciate y'all. But I'm glad you shared the story for like those who didn't know. Because like I said, I remember the story about the cat. And but Broderick wouldn't even be in
that's
here.
only like part of it. Like that's only part of that shit. Like, that shit cold blooded. Like, I got the medical records for like everybody that got sick that day. Like, well, 2 of the records I didn't get. But I had everybody sign off and shit, so I still had the records to prove that shit happened and shit. That somebody was thinking I was lying about it and shit, but it don't matter because all of this other shit happened and stuff too, Like I said, I wrote letters to try to help some of the victims because I found there was a bunch of people that got hurt when I was out there. You know what I'm saying? So like there was more to that story and shit, So I wasn't just making fun when I was saying that females need to write more letters. I wouldn't be telling people to do something that I didn't bother to do because I bothered to write letters for some of the people like that lady Spring, the one who called for the EMTs to come for me to get everybody rescued from up out of there and shit. Like her and her children got hurt, Her children got hurt. Her 11-year-old daughter had got hurt by one of those little rampant informants they sitting up sending out on people and shit. Some dude named Javier Montalvo Sanchez.
Damn.
Look him up. Yeah, Javier Montalvo Sanchez. They did something so dirty in the local court system when they raped her daughter. They didn't arrest him for that. They arrested him because he did it to another little 11-year-old, and he was typing online on Google like, can a 11-year-old consent or do they want to? Like, just Google him and then look up what he was saying and shit. That dude was a fucking monster. But he's like some type of weird relative this one murderer named Chris Nash. Chris Nash took a claw hammer, ripped the dude's throat out, him and some of his buddies. We made him back down. Me and my brother-in-law. We made him back down. Shit, remember I told you that one time when they fucked up like 40 of them motherfuckers and shit? Like, for real. Like, we, like, fucked them up a couple times. Like, for real. Like, they run up on other people and shit, but I guess it's different for them to be intimidating old people and girls and shit, and then you have to fight some dudes and shit that'll fight and shit. You can't really pull the same type of crap, but Javier related to that Chris Nash guy.
That's crazy. I'm gonna look it up. I just pulled him up and see a few articles about this man. That's crazy. Exactly like you said about him searching that shit.
Montalvo?
That shit popped up. The shit you was talking about him searching about the 10, 11-year-olds. That question you asked, it fucking popped up. That's wild.
Yeah, those are some of the bad guys I was fighting and stuff. So, like, you know what I mean? But I tried to do what I could to help and shit. It's just, like I said, there's so much pushback because a lot of people more invested in defending the rape artists like Rosenbaum and all of them and shit. Like, they have a bunch of them flock to certain areas, and Soros invest in them and shit because a lot of them guys be on roll call. A lot of those guys, those are the guys that do contract hits a lot of times. The DA be using them type of guys because they already know they'll do something. A lot of them have a job grabbing people. Some of them are serial killers. Vehicular homicide. At one point in time in New York, they tried to pass a government legislation for it to be okay for people to hit people with vehicles. So, same guys. But you said you wanted to wind it down and stuff. Like, I think I chopped it up enough and said some different shit. Like, so, like, they got something to snack on, some shit to go look up and research and shit, and they could hate me later and hate Trill later and hate this person.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna look up a couple of things you mentioned, and like I said, next time we chop it up, we'll have a couple of things to discuss because, like I said, I done Googled a few things while we've been chopping it up, and it's all there. So that's about Mr. Lee, man. As always, it's good to hear from you. It's good to know you're doing all right, and I'll be looking to speak with you very soon.
All right, just everybody be safe out there, okay? Just everybody be safe, and I hope them younger guys, Dan, they don't be mad at everybody and shit, y'all. Man, just read some of that shit I told y'all to read and shit. Just chill out and shit.
Yeah, check that out.
All right, stay up, man. One.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, shout out to Lee. So it's about that time. We done went ahead and had the extended old dino. Let's see, we had the last couple of dens been some extended dens. So I don't want y'all to hear y'all saying shit. Like y'all got some holiday den extension action going on. So I don't want nobody to be like, well, you ain't had no extended den in a long time. We've had some very, very intriguing dens the last couple of evenings. So with that being said, I ain't played Halo in a few days, but I don't think I'm gonna be too tired to really give it any juice. But I'll probably jump into the Den Discord here for a little bit. And yes, I'll probably jump in the Den Discord a little bit. And so like I said, I'm gonna take a small quick Honcho hiatus and then I'll be in there. I'll put the link in here for those of you who may want to chop it up about tonight's conversation. I'm finna put it in, drop it in right now. Give me just a second. Yeah, Trill's a terrible person. And for those of y'all who didn't know, I figured out why everybody was getting timed out last time. I told you I was switching bots up, and I forgot that I had a different bot up before I was going with the one I got now, and it just has like some kind of automated ban thing. So like if you use like 3 emojis in the thing, it was timing people out. It was just timing people out for all kind of little random bullshit. So I didn't realize it was still up until after the thing. I was going through looking, what it could have been. And so that's what the case was. See, we got a wrong link. Let me see. Invites. Let's check out this create event thing. Do it like so. All right. And drop the link in here. And with Trill lurking. There's no saying I see. Well, Trill, see, that's why you can't give niggas nothing. Because niggas violate their powers. Especially niggas from Port Arthur. Oh, hold on. You got my name, PP? Let me see. Nah, let's think that's somebody else. That's what's up. Let me see. Yeah, I would say you can use the like I said, there's a program on the PC. If you go straight to Discord and just download the thing, and then like I said, that way it should allow you to save it and be able to do it. But if not, you can just drop the link. It's no big deal. I'm not gonna send you it. Well, I guess you'd have to be on the actual computer app for me to send you the other link. So there's that. A Trill wrench revoking. I think we may have to. We're gonna take a whole Discord vote. We're gonna listen to all accusations and violations. I gotta have somebody act as HR. Give Trill a DeMarkey treatment. You know what? You might be on to something there. But I'm gonna go take a Honcho hiatus. The mods vote. Your vote doesn't count, I gotta do a weighted vote, kind of like in Canada. So that means that minority votes they hold more power than white votes. I'm sorry, Heidi, your vote is white. So, but with that being said, I salute y'all. I'll be in the Discord here. I'm already in this bitch. I'll just mute myself. And yeah, hit that link. Come and join. Latinx, so that means you're white. I appreciate y'all, man. And again, Saturday, no stream, no live stream on Saturdays. But we'll be back at it Sunday night, 9 p.m. Central Time. Thank y'all for joining me this evening. If you ain't gonna be in the Discord, y'all have, a wonderful weekend until Sunday. Adios, amigos.